world needs. Cause honey, you glow with originality. Sexy and cute, I'm an independent queen. Fresh on the block, we are on the scene. I'm never making 19, changing the game. Living the dream, living the dream. Some of the light, some of the smile, some of the love. You walked out differently, stayed off divinity. Be yourself, everybody else is taken. In your presence, everybody's shaking. I'll tell you ghosts, awaken. I'll tell you ghosts, awaken. Like that, like that, like that. Just need to be you, you. You don't need to be me. You just need to be you,
We're still at the African Partnership for Growth, and this wonderful 4 young ladies performed. Wow, that was brilliant. I was just like, wow, I wish we were maybe somewhere else. So tell us, 4IM, what does that mean?
4IM is an acronym for Fourth Industrial Age Music, which is the new genre that we are delving into called T-pop, township pop. So basically bringing futuristic music, which is T-pop. in the world.
Awesome. What are your names? Just introduce your sisters. Because I believe you're now sisters, not just
Yes,
friends.
absolutely.
I'm Grace.
Right.
I'm Annie.
I'm Notoli.
I'm Phoenix. And I'm Giselle.
Right. So tell us, when did you start?
We started last year in February,
Yes.
right? So the company sent out auditions on social media, and we picked up those auditions from where we're at. She's from Free State, and some of us are from Eastern Cape. So we're all from different.
So you're all from different.
Yes, we're all
So
from
how
different
does it work
places.
when you have to rehearse and get your music, together? How does that work?
We live together.
Oh, you live together?
Yes.
Wow, that's really nice. So, township pop, what is that? That's a new thing for somebody
Absolutely.
like me.
Yes.
And I believe it's much needed right
Yes,
now.
yes.
So, what is that about?
Township pop is basically in the style of K-pop, but township pop is uniquely African by African people. So township pop is the mixed genre of R&B, amapiano, gqom, basically everything that exists in South Africa and that is purely South African. So we want to take African sound into the world in a way that people can recognize and be able to listen and relate to it.
Right.
Yes.
How has the journey been for you so far? I know you're still very young.
Yeah.
In terms of the industry. How's the journey been for you?
It's been very positive for such a startup group like us.
Yeah, because we've been on I think about 4 TV shows
Wow.
already, multiple times, not just once. And we've had collaborations with prominent people, I would say, here in Western Cape. And we're hoping for future collaborations with more prominent people. But things are looking very good for us because we're diverse. So people are naturally attracted to us because we're something different.
So what are some of the challenges there? Because I know you said diversity and you've got a lot of
Yes.
I'm sure it's not the easy.
The one thing that I always find frustrating is we're women. That's the first thing.
Right.
And people always think that there's a certain stigma on women that look good, that they are funded by men who have money, or maybe they are slave queens and they get this lifestyle from somewhere else. That's one thing that we're constantly facing in public. People look at us and judge us.
Can I, get into what you're doing and what would you advise them?
Start where you are. Sometimes we postpone things because we think we're not ready. Sometimes you think that you don't have an opportunity, but maybe you're thinking small. If there's a choir at your school, we all started in church, so we all sang in church. That also helps to develop your talent so that when the opportunity comes for you to be in a girl band, you're ready. Sing with your friends, start a dance group with kids like she did. She was tutoring kids. So start wherever you are and develop your talent so that when the opportunity comes, you're good to go.
So let me go to you. So you started with kids. Why were you doing that?
Oh, actually, it was just last year during the COVID lockdown. So when I came back from varsity, I saw a lot of kids were just roaming around. And I was like, I need something to do. They need something to do. Let's dance.
Awesome. So what kind of dance style do you teach?
I was teaching mainly hip hop because that's my foundation. But I will also go around the locals, something
As in Quaito, as in a little bit. Yeah. Okay. And I love that.
Thank you.
Really pretty. And my dear, tell us, how have you been so far with you? What's your best moment?
I would say my best moment with them is when we rehearse, because that's where we argue a lot. That's where we have the most fun. On stage, we have to be focused, make sure that the technical things, but when we rehearse, it's much more fun. So I enjoy being with them, and I always wanted to be with people who love to do what I do. So I found them, so it's been amazing.
Awesome. And your journey so far?
Oh, if I would talk about my journey, I would stay there the
I know.
whole day.
Just make it short.
I'll make it short. I think for me, one of my greatest highlights is just finding them. Because I found sisters, I found friends, I found people that I can cry on, and I think it's been amazing, to just have a stranger being your the soulmate. These are my soulmates, they're not just my sisters, they're soulmates. So I'm really grateful for that opportunity. And of course, rehearsals, everything that they have mentioned as well. But sisters, unity is wow. Thank you.
Awesome. And for you?
I'm going to latch on to what they say.
Uh-huh.
The unity that we have is so amazing. I've never been in a film like this where the unity is strong, with the purpose of things, what we want in life in terms of success. We're all just going together with each other. And I'm just so glad that I am here. I've always dreamed about being in a girl group. I've looked up to plenty of girl bands out there. And I found my girl group that I am proud of.
So what's the future going to be? What do you want the future to be?
Right. Alright, so what's definitely happening is this Saturday we're performing at the DSTV Festival in Tuesday.
Oh yeah, that's over 2 days, 3 days.
Exactly. And then on the 17th of November we're performing at the Capital World Festival. So we're basically hopping from festival to festival because just 2 days ago we performed at the Festival Lights, which is one of the biggest festivals in the Western Cape. But what we're hoping for the future is more festivals because big stages, they suit us. Yes.
I can see you really need those things.
Yes, we
and
do.
I believe you have an album.
Yes, we have a new
and
EP
where
that just
can we
came out.
order it?
The EP is called T-Pop and it came out on the 25th of November and you can get it everywhere. Spotify, Deezer, Apple, YouTube as well. And if you'd like to find us, you can go on our social media platforms at 4am__ Instagram and there you'll find a link tree to everything that we've ever done. Dance videos on YouTube, vlogs on YouTube, our TikTok account, music videos on YouTube, basically everything. So the only thing you need to do is go on our Instagram and you'll find the link tree to everything.
I know I said that was the last one. Now coming back to this event, which is about African promoting African growth.
Yes.
For you as young South Africans, where would you like to see yourself with your music? Because you've got people from Senegal, Congo, who are in there. So where would you love to see?
I'm not sure about us as a group, but I've always imagined myself in Kenya. There's something about Kenyan people and their tradition that I adore so much. I think a lot of African countries have stuck to their tradition, and I would love to see ethnic people and learn from their cultures. So Kenya, what about you guys?
Being alongside Amapiano.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because Amapiano is what's currently representing Africa and Afrobeats. So T-pop should be,
Nigeria.
What do you mean?
Nigeria. That's my
Nigeria.
I think just
collaboration.
for me, I would want to just tour the whole continent. Yes. Because there's so much more that Africa has to offer and has to show for the world. So for me, I would tackle everywhere. All everywhere. Yes.
Okay, so Ryan, going around Africa, do you want to shout out Fire?
My name is Phoenix from 4am and I attended the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
I'm Nodoli from 4am and I attended the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
Hi, my name is Annie from 4am and I attended the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
Hi, my name is Giselle from 4am and I attended the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
Hi, my name is Grace from 4am and I attended the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
We need to progress going forward. We are going into a stage where we're going to have discussions and talking to experts in the industry. I'll hand over to John now to do the introductions as we go in. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Bienvenue encore une fois de plus. Nous allons parler d'investissement. Évidemment, c'est notre domaine. L'Afrique a besoin des investissements. Il faut des investissements pour la croissance. Pour parler d'investissement, il faut être connecté à ceux qui ont l'expertise parce que leur expertise va vous conduire à l'ouverture. Je vais vous présenter au directeur du panel, M. Mike, qui est un expert qui a travaillé dans le monde financier de plus de 30 ans. Lui-même comme financier, directeur des entreprises. Il a travaillé en Afrique et en Europe comme en Asie, en train d'aider à installer, créer des institutions bancaires. Et c'est lui qui va nous adresser ce matin dans les contextes qui concernent le financement. Mike, over to you.
Around ourselves, we'll be taking place without waiting for BRICS to tell us, without waiting for any government leader to tell us, but us right here deciding to ensure that this goes forward. Investments would take place in the next 2 months or so.
Les investissements, c'est pas que les organisations internationales vont vous dire comment est-ce qu'il faut le faire. Ça commence ici, ça commence par votre volonté, ça commence par votre sens d'initiative, votre innovation. Et l'idée, c'est que quand vous quittez cette place, vous allez partir avec beaucoup d'informations pour vous préparer dans le contexte des investissements.
Keynote for you to know about Mr. Hill is that he is the Dean of Lower Leadership Institute. He is the Dean, the leader there, and then also he's the Managing Director of Bahari Capital.
Monsieur Mike est le recteur de l'Institut de leadership africain que vous voyez là-bas, mais aussi d'une institution qui est liée aux ventures financières.
Ensuring African entrepreneurs are investor readiness for trade finance, export, credit insurance and global investment.
Tout ce qui concerne les investissements dans les commerces, dans les importations et exportations, dans les contextes financiers en général, il a l'expertise, il a travaillé dans les contextes et est capable d'affronter les challenges qui concernent ce secteur.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mike, put your hands together. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not going to do this by myself. I'm going to invite a couple of guests to join me. The first one is Dr. Mbia. Dr. Mbia. Dr. Mbia is the deal originator for Expert Credit Insurance Corporation. My next guest is the President of Belgium Chamber of Commerce and the organizer of Taste of Belgium, Mr. Gino Adriansen. And the next guest, I'm not sure if he's here, I haven't seen him, Mr. Marius Fransman. Not sure, okay. And then our next guest is Mr. Johan de Lange. He is an engineer. I pronounced the Afrikaans word properly, but I'm more from an English background. Never been to the UK. One of the biggest frustrations for me when I was in the corporate world was the restrictive processes that banks always had with small businesses and their access to finance.
Quand il a travaillé dans l'industrie bancaire, sa frustration était beaucoup plus dans les restrictions et que les banques ont pour que les clients puissent accéder aux finances.
So the gentleman here that I've got will help us to unpack that and find solutions, because we talk about the problems but we never talk about the solutions. So let's talk about what we can do to solve that problem in Africa.
Les gentlemen qui sont assis ici vont répondre à ces obstacles-là. Ils ont la réponse pour nous aider à comprendre comment résoudre ces challenges-là qu'il faut pour accéder au financement.
Okay, to my left, Johan, maybe you can just give us a word or two.
We can play a role to be able to unlock that potential. So from where we're sitting as an advisory company, we have got a whole range of the various engineering disciplines. And what we focus on is anything from process improvements. So if you have a governmental process that is actually kicking back a certain process, we have done some of that work before for Department of Home Affairs, whereby you go and you define the processes that needs to be followed to be able to optimize a visa application process, as an example.
Okay.
The challenge.
Ok. Il est en train de dire que il a apprécié les paroles de ses excellences quand il s'agissait du concept l'ouverture d'esprit pour débloquer nos mentalités, mais aussi nos potentialités comme Africains. Donc c'est à travers cet aspect-là que lui, dans le contexte de l'ingénierie qui travaille, travaille aussi dans les conditions à apporter sa contribution dans l'ouverture d'esprit dans le secteur qu'il est en train de militer. Voilà, c'est dans cette direction qu'il va aller.
So that kind of work is done by our industrial engineers that are working with private companies, and that is a specific initiative that I think is worthwhile looking into, as to how do we actually form an initiative whereby you can work with government in trying to identify where the blockages are and improve those processes. Another example of where I do believe that the engineering profession can play a big role is specifically when it comes to the supply chain management side of imports and exports. In other words, how do you start sharing capacity, how do you optimize current supply chains, and how do you actually provide the small farmer with access to market cost effectively. So there's lots of impediments to that process, whether that is foreign exchange applications, whether that is cross-border documentation, or whether that is actually an affordable supply chain. All of those require some kind of engineering solution. It's a process solution, it's a supply chain solution, and I do believe that in that sharing, having that visibility, I think an earlier speaker mentioned that, is that if you've got that overarching view of all the requirements, you can put them together and you can start from a point of aggregation to actually start making a change for the small player.
Discussions now here is how do we get the challenges out, because paperwork takes time, but as farmers, as producers of food, we need to produce. We sometimes don't have the time to fill in all the forms, to get all the information, search all the information. So I think maybe to Dr. it's a good question to you coming from my side, sorry Mike, and that your job over now, is how do we resolve the problem of that paperwork to make that easier, accessible, and also easier to do? Because I'm not sure, I struggle with paperwork in South Africa. I am likely educated, but I know a lot of entrepreneurial businesses in South Africa, hard-working, small enterprises, are not so highly educated or lower educated. So how are they be able to help them? Because hard-working people in the old days, like my parents, they made good money. I think this is supposed to be happening in South Africa and Africa as well. How do we resolve that problem with paperwork?
Comme chambre de commerce belge, évidemment, quand il y a des gens qui sont concernés pour le problème de financement, ils peuvent toujours passer à la chambre pour des informations beaucoup plus précises. La chambre peut vous guider quand il s'agit d'avoir accès aux finances. Mais comme entrepreneur privé lui-même, et comme il est assis là-bas, évidemment, il rencontre aussi des difficultés en termes, par exemple, de l'administration, donc des papiers qu'il faut remplir, et les protocoles qu'il faut suivre, les casse-têtes qu'il faut passer, évidemment, comme entrepreneur, il a. Et évidemment, nous sommes aussi, la meilleure question qu'il faut poser, c'est ça qu'il faudrait bien poser à notre expert qui est là-bas, c'est que comment les banquiers peuvent faire pour réduire la bureaucratie en termes de beaucoup de papiers pour l'accès au financement. Over to you, Mr. B.
Thank you very much, Gino, for your question. There is some advancement now in fintech with things like blockchain who are coming, where things will be more streamlined, things can happen automatically online, but it's a bit far away now. And unfortunately, the banks are some of the conservative institutions out there. They're moving very slowly. So for practical purposes, really, you have to do that homework. If you have to hire somebody, hire maybe another independent person to assist you to prepare. Unless you want to use your own money, which I don't advise, which is not advisable, you have to use the bank's money. You have to have a mix of equity and debt. If you use only your own money, you will go very slowly. You have to use your money. If you have 100, we can use 20-25 projects instead of using one project.
Merci. Je pense, et c'est comme il est en train de dire, la question était comment est-ce que les banques peuvent nous aider comme entrepreneurs à réduire les barrières et les difficultés qui sont là-dedans. Lui-même, comme banquier, il répond, il dit, écoutez, c'est un problème complexe, parce que vous vous souviendrez que les banques ont leur tradition. Vous comprenez, c'est une question de tradition. Et quand il s'agit de l'évolution, il y a des gens qui marchent lentement, et comme les banques, et aussi changent lentement. Donc c'est pas facile que juste du coup comme ça que les banques changent le protocole. Mais je pense bien que c'est une question d'adaptation, ce qu'il est en train de dire. Et il faut toujours que nous, comme entrepreneurs, faisons beaucoup plus attention que lorsqu'on voudrait entrer dans le monde de financement, qu'on considère que l'étape de prendre les papiers, de mettre les papiers ensemble et commencer à vérifier, se rendre compte que les papiers sont en ordre mérite toujours une attention, parce que plus que vous le faites, plus que vous avez la chance. Mais beaucoup plus encore, comme entrepreneur, ne pensez pas toujours que vous allez dans les affaires avec tout le capital que vous avez. Donc, pensez en sorte que lorsque vous avez par exemple 100 000 euros ou 100 000 dollars, pensez par exemple à mettre 200 000 et par exemple aller à la banque pour le reste. C'est cette politique-là qu'il est en train de recommander. I hope I'm sure.
Yeah, okay, you're more or less there. So it means the good mix is when you use your own equity, 20% and maybe 80% debt, that makes more optimal. If you use your own equity, you can go very slowly. So, but now I want to be more practical for how to access export credit funding, what I'm assisting for. So I'm covering the West African Francophone countries. The way we work is, can I make it switch to French because
just go ahead. You can go in French.
Je vais parler en français pour aller beaucoup plus rapidement. Donc, si vous êtes, par exemple, vous voulez exporter, importer une machine de l'Afrique du Sud, on a parlé de la transformation tout à l'heure. Donc, il est très important qu'on puisse arriver à transformer nos propres matériels, que nous pouvons consommer aussi nos propres produits, les biens que nous produisons ici. Alors, il y a un bon matching entre l'Afrique du Sud et les autres pays, puisque l'Afrique du Sud est bien avancée, on produit des machines ici pour la transformation. Mais généralement, ces machines-là, peut-être ça coûte cher, il n'y a pas moyen de les acheter directement du coup. Alors, ce que nous on demande, les conditions sont les suivantes. Vous trouvez d'abord un fabricant ici, une machine. Dès qu'il y a un minimum qu'on demande, c'est au moins 15% que vous devez mettre sur la table, comme un compte bien comme dépôt. Donc, si vous avez 15% minimum que vous mettez sur la table, le reste, maintenant, nous pouvons aller à une banque avec notre agence pour assurer ça. Donc, la banque va donner à l'exportateur le reste. L'exportateur fabrique la machine, il exporte, et vous avez de la chance. Si vous avez un bon bilan, vous pouvez payer directement, ou bien vous pouvez aussi demander l'accompagnement où vous payez petit à petit pendant 1 an ou 2 ans ou 3 ans. Donc, c'est ça. Alors, notre agence sera là pour donner l'assurance à la banque. Voilà ce que nous pouvons faire. Et maintenant, vous devez maintenant démontrer que, à travers votre business ou votre société, vous avez de quoi payer ça même à long terme avec d'autres activités que vous faites à part la machine que vous avez importée. Voilà. I don't know if you want to do in English or I can do in English. Who speak English? Who speak French? Can I just raise your hand? Who speak?
You can go ahead. You can go ahead in English.
Just to summarize what I've said now in English. So in French, if you want to import what you want to assist for export credit funding access, we need to transform. So there's a big match, if you say a good match between South Africa and the other countries, that South Africa more advanced, we produce machinery here. People can import and transform locally. Now, those machines sometimes very expensive for people to buy in one go. You want to be assisted. If you want to buy assisted, the condition are like this. For our agency to assist, we need at least a deposit. Minimum is 15% down payment to deposit that you put. But if 20%, it's also fine. Once you've done that deposit, the balance, that's what we can assist with. So the bank will put the money down for the exporter to manufacture now the machine, and they manufacture the machine, they export the machine, and then you have to pay that machine either in one go when he returns his working capital, or we can assist you to repay that over medium to long term. It can be 1 year or 2 years. So this is the solution that our agency come and to assist for this forum. Yeah, so if people are interested, I will be available this afternoon, tomorrow. We can explore business together. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
And Dr. Mbia, you talked about doing homework. I have done the homework, from due diligence to sitting up till 2, 3 abiding by the laws and the regulations of financial structures. I have gone through parastatal companies. I have gone through investment companies like Bahari Capital and things like that. What are my challenges? Is it because I'm a woman in a leadership role that I cannot get finance for a healthcare project? Or I know this is about import-export, but I think I would like to understand what are my restrictive conditions right now. Because if a male walks into a boardroom, he gets the presence of hearing himself or presenting. We do the same thing. I've been doing it in and out. Is investors that have been sitting with me for 2.5 years that want to do this project, but cannot put it into writing. I have done the demand studies, the feasibility studies, every study that I was told to do. And I've invested money into this as well. But what is restricting me from actually signing on the dotted line or getting an investor to sign on the dotted line? And it's not an industry that is not in demand. Healthcare is in demand in every country these days. And it's a hospital development. So I've followed the processes. I followed every process that needed to be followed. From capital investment companies to government entities. If I don't pay on the sideline, then it's not good enough to invest. I've experienced that challenge. So where to from here? I mean, we are losing skills to other parts of the world. My niece, who's an aeronautical engineer, 7 distinctions, has to leave South Africa to find a job elsewhere. Because, African countries, our country, does not have the platform to service this. So, when I hear you speak, it's not with disrespect, but there are real challenges over and above interest rates and about investing into Africa. It's about whether you're male or female, firstly, and whether you're going to finance me, even though I've actually followed all your processes. So, where to from here?
Elle a un cas qui est tellement, qui doit toucher, je pense bien, les intervenants. Et elle a suivi toutes les démarches possibles pour l'accès au financement. Et c'est une universitaire, elle a le diplôme, et c'est pas question qu'elle ne comprend pas, mais du fait qu'elle n'arrive pas toujours à avoir l'accès au financement est une question qu'elle se pose. Et que c'est parce qu'elle est une femme que ça doit tarder, alors que les hommes facilement peuvent accéder au financement. Mais quand il s'agit aux femmes africaines, ça a toujours été des difficultés. Et je pense que ça nous interpelle, comme les hommes. Nous avons toujours dit que le problème de l'émancipation de la femme africaine doit commencer par l'homme africain. Et lorsque l'homme africain ne prend pas cette question-là au sérieux, je pense bien que nous allons toujours rester dans le sous-développement. La réalité est que 52% de la démographie africaine, ce sont les femmes, nos femmes, nos filles qui contrôlent cela. Et ce n'est pas possible que 52% des populations ont des difficultés à accéder au financement. Alors comment est-ce que l'Afrique va se développer? C'est pratiquement impossible. Alors je pense bien que c'est dans ce sens-là qu'il va répondre à la question pourquoi les femmes ont des difficultés à accéder aux finances. À vous, monsieur.
I'm going to give the mic to Dr. Mbia in a second. So that I come from a banking background. I've dealt with funders and investors, and they shake your hand like this. Okay? So please, during the break, you can come and have a chat with me, come and have a chat with Gino. We've got people in our networks that we've dealt with for years. Madeleine knows me. I don't do business like that. I don't do business without integrity, and I don't do business unethically. Okay? If we've got to pay any part of our money to anybody else, it's not worth it. Right? I don't care your race, color, or creed. If you've got a good business deal, you need to make it work. All right? This is why I work with LWA. Is because we need to lift and represent the people who are not given those opportunities. So please feel free to come and have a chat. I'm more than happy to help you. And now put this the firing line back in Dr. Bia's hands.
Thank you, Mike. You just sorry to hear your experience. I'm very sorry to hear that. But I can assure you that being in the financial world, I'm myself engineer. I've been in finance now for the last 12 years. I can tell you that the banks, they don't have eyes to see the gender, the color. They don't have a heart. The banks, they don't see that. I can tell you the truth. We have to see the project merit by itself. They don't see really the color, the gender, the women. No, they don't do that. If your project is good by itself, surely they can come. But now, depending also, for us, for example, we do cover investment. Some investor, for them to feel sure, to be assured to invest, they need insurance. That's what I'm saying. We also cover investment, but we cover only political risk. And the project have to happen outside the border of South Africa, then we can cover that investment. For example, now in the DRC, they have a very huge project to build more than 145 smart city hospitals. If you go and invest in those projects, we can cover your investment in this. As of yesterday, I received company tendering those projects are sitting for bond and assist them to cover them for the bond.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Johan, appreciate your time. Dr. Mbia, appreciate your time. I think you're the one that took most of the fire. And Gino, thank you very much. I believe Gino is bringing us waffles later. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
That was an amazing conversation. When we begin to understand the gaps in the cloud business, we begin to build the bridges so we can move forward correctly. At this point in time, we have a visitor, a head of culture, corporate affairs at the French Consulate General. We have a privilege of having the gentleman in the house, and I would like to have the gentleman to come and to speak to us and tell us exactly what does he do.
Thank you. No, I will really not speak much because I wasn't planned to speak, and I think there's somebody else who's supposed to speak. So, yeah, I'm just a cooperation attaché for the French embassy based at the French consulate. The economic domain is not my domain of competence, so I'm not going to say anything about this. But my interest is more on the link between, let's say, francophone companies and English-speaking companies. So I'm just glad to see such an event organized, and yeah, I hope that a lot of relationships are started here. Donc en français rapidement, je ne suis pas compétent dans le domaine économique, je suis attaché de coopération culturelle de l'ambassade de France basée au consulat de France au Cap. Donc mon intérêt ici c'est de voir voilà, les relations qui sont nouées entre on va dire les acteurs économiques francophones d'Afrique et les acteurs économiques anglophones ici en Afrique du Sud. Donc voilà, très heureux de voir cet événement et je vous souhaite de très fructueux échanges. Merci.
Merci.
We are going into the technology. Now, technology is always one of those things that makes the world go around.
Nous allons aussi voir la technologie puisque elle nous permet de faire fonctionner le monde.
We all have got this in our hands.
Nous avons tous ceci dans nos mains.
Mrs Madelein has been communicating via technology.
Madame Madeleine a communiqué par le canal de la communication, de la technologie.
We cannot avoid technology in our lives.
Nous ne pouvons pas éviter la technologie dans nos vies.
There are some companies before, when somebody says it's time to go into cell phone business, they say, nah.
Il y a certaines compagnies, lorsqu'on parle de la technologie des téléphones, ils disent non.
They died the death of not wanting to transform. They died death of not wanting to transform. Death of not wanting to transform.
La mort.
They died because of not transformation.
Ils sont morts parce qu'il n'y a pas eu de transformation.
Ok, merci.
That's it. Thank you. Now, at this point in time, we're going to have a gentleman that will present to us these opportunities looking at the African Games Week. We are calling to the stage Mr. Rex Bode, co-founder and director of Africa Games Week. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen.
I've brought some friends with me from across Africa. So yeah, I'm the co-founder of Africa Games Week.
Il est le cofondateur de African Game Week.
We have our event running at the workshop 17 at the moment.
Nous avons aussi une session qui se fait de l'autre côté.
And the focus is on showcasing Africa's amazing creative talent in gaming from across Africa and into the world.
Donc, il s'occupe de la promotion des talents en termes d'innovation entre les Africains.
So yes, a lot of you, possibly like myself many years ago when I started, do not know that there are amazing games coming out of Africa, video games.
Donc, il y a des jeux de vidéos qui viennent de l'Afrique, qui sont créés ici en Afrique.
So I have brought some people here from across the continent to give you some insight in what's happening.
Donc, je vous ai amené des gens qui viennent à travers l'Afrique pour vous donner, pour vous expliquer de quoi il s'agit.
The games industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Donc, les jeux vidéo, c'est une industrie qui génère beaucoup de millions.
And in the last few years, the spotlight on Africa has just come alive.
Donc, dans ces dernières années, cela a pris un impact un peu considérable en Afrique.
So I'd like to start by introducing my panel.
Je commence par vous introduire le membre de ce panel.
We have Evelyn Honla from Kiru Games in Cameroon.
Nous avons Madame qui vient du Cameroun.
Tutileni Ilonga from Namibia.
Nous avons Tutileni qui vient de Namibie.
And Raymond Leguava from Ithink in South Africa.
Et il y a aussi notre frère qui vient de l'Afrique ici.
So these guys know a lot more about what's going on in the industry than me. I learn from them every day.
Ces gens connaissent mieux de quoi il s'agit dans l'industrie et j'apprends d'eux chaque jour.
So I'm going to pass the questions on to them and they'll give you some good insight.
Donc je vais leur poser des questions et ils vont nous donner certains éclaircissements.
So we'll start with you, Evelyn.
Nous allons commencer avec Evelyn.
So, can you give us a bit of information about Kiru Games? It is one of the oldest game companies in Africa. And give us some insight on how African games industry has changed over the last few years.
Est-ce que tu peux nous donner certaines informations, comment est-ce que l'industrie de vidéo a changé la vie en Afrique?
I'm going to express myself in French because I'm from Cameroon and mostly speak in French. Okay. So, Kiru Games, c'est le premier studio de jeux vidéo en Afrique centrale. Il a été créé en 2013, venant de plusieurs jeunes Camerounais, on va dire, ils n'avaient pas une super formation, parce que j'ai vu tout à l'heure, on parlait de formation, de l'accès à la formation, et que quand on est un entrepreneur, il faut savoir se former. En Afrique, c'est un peu difficile parce que si vous voulez même vous former en jeu vidéo, il n'y a pas d'école pour faire du jeu vidéo, déjà. Donc vous allez devoir vous former vous-même, et principalement la plupart d'entre nous on s'est formés sur Google et YouTube parce qu'il n'y avait pas d'école pour ça. Donc déjà. Donc ça a été créé par plusieurs jeunes Camerounais qui ont dû apprendre à se former, que ce soit le développement de jeux vidéo, l'animation, tout ce qu'il faut, tous les différents métiers du jeu vidéo, on a dû l'apprendre par nous-mêmes, tout seul, juste avec une connexion Internet. Donc, par ce mouvement-là de ces jeunes qui ont inspiré énormément d'autres personnes, ça a créé...
Est-ce que vous pouvez parler
sorry. So Can I start again? No.
Donc, je peux prendre au milieu et puis... donc,
Evelyn.
Kiro Games. Kiro Games, Kiro Game, it is a video studio that develop animation, games, and all the things related to the video games. And we spoke about training, so they are doing also training in video games, and just to develop the talent.
Ok, je vais essayer de faire des phrases courtes maintenant. Donc, nous avons créé ce studio en 2013 et nous avons sorti notre premier jeu vidéo en 2015, Orion, l'héritage des Coriodanes.
So, it has been created in 2013 and we created...
We released our first game, Orion, the legacy of Coriodan, in 2015. Ok. Et à partir de là, on a eu énormément de succès aux États-Unis parce que ce jeu a été principalement vendu aux États-Unis et non en Afrique.
So that game has really success in America. It was being sold more in America than Africa.
Et on a donc voulu commencer à développer l'industrie du jeu vidéo en Afrique et on a compris que la solution c'était de passer par le jeu mobile parce que notre premier jeu était un jeu PC.
So they have an idea to start also develop video game in Africa, and they say they have to start from mobile game.
So justement, nous avons donc pour cela créé deux jeux qui existent, deux jeux mobiles actuellement. Nous avons un jeu mobile Orion, donc la version PC de notre premier jeu qui est Orion. Il est disponible sur Play Store. Et nous avons un deuxième jeu qu'on appelle le Responsable Boa, dont c'est une démo qui est également disponible sur Play Store.
So they have two kind of video game mobile that also are available on Play Store and also that you can install in the PC.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to also give you some insight is that game development in Africa is quite different to a lot of industries that you may know. In most industries that you will know, we produce product and our people in Africa use the product. In the games industry, it is a 99.9% exported product. Africans don't play African games. So it's a very interesting product in comparison to other things that are around the world.
Donc les jeux vidéo, comparativement à d'autres produits manufacturés que nous connaissons, qui d'ailleurs beaucoup viennent de l'extérieur, mais ces jeux vidéo sont produits, les composants sont produits ici en Afrique, comparativement à d'autres industries.
And then so things are obviously going to change. We are looking at working with various networks and getting our games played by Africans, but the biggest problem is how to monetize it in Africa.
Donc les choses vont changer, mais le grand challenge est comment est-ce que nous pouvons monnayer ces jeux-là en Afrique.
And then the other biggest problem is getting enough people to come through the industry to support the industry and allow it to grow.
Et aussi, un autre challenge, c'est d'avoir beaucoup de gens qui s'associent à cette industrie pour la faire développer.
And both Tutelani and Raymond are two of those people in Africa that are making those things happen. Tutelani is doing both education technology as well as game technology development and running game jams in Africa to try and build the youth and get them into the industry.
Donc Tutelani, il est parmi ces jeunes lettrés dans l'industrie des G qui cherchent qui travaillent pour le développement de ces G-là et aussi engager les jeunes africains.
Tutelani, can you give us some insight into what you're doing in Namibia with Churalaf and also your connections to other parts of the world? You always talk to me about South America as being a great partner.
Est-ce que tu peux nous parler de ce que vous faites en Namibie et aussi du côté de l'Afrique, de l'Amérique du Sud? Tu as aussi des contacts là-bas. Comment tu évolues? Tu peux nous expliquer?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tutelani Longa. I am the founder of two companies. Two Life Entertainment.
Il est le créateur, le fondateur de ces deux compagnies.
Yeah, and this is an abbreviation that stands for to unite rural Africans living in failed establishments. Tuga is short for Katatura in Namibia, and I feel like when I see my country, we're so divided. And starting a game company, if you think of it, you're bringing people with different skills together.
Donc il a remarqué que dans son pays, il y avait des divisions, mais comprenant que le G c'est un facteur aussi qui peut mettre les gens ensemble, c'est dans cette perspective-là qu'il a pu mettre en place un G pour faciliter cela.
And this not only inspired us to create games, but it also inspired us to work on a curriculum that will gamify our education system. Because the biggest problem I have is that our education system in Namibia offers qualification, not education. We have a 54% unemployment rate. 50% of that, or no, 45% is graduates. And whenever they come to us, they just don't know what they learn from schools. Let's take private schools out of the equation, but the government schools, universities, it's a mess in my country.
Donc c'est aussi une opportunité puisque dans son pays, la majorité ne sont pas éduqués. Le grand problème, c'est en fait, ils ont eu cette initiative-là de développer CG afin de permettre à cette catégorie-là d'avoir aussi des connaissances.
So what we're trying to do is that we want to gamify our education system, and we also want to bring the game development field in Namibia because we have 3 million to 2.5 less than Cape Town, and the country is so empty. So we believe doing gaming can solve a lot of the unemployment issues. And we also have what we call EduGame Namibia, where we teach kids how to create their own games, and we have high hopes for that because.
Donc l'idée c'est comment amener ces jeux-là dans le secteur d'éducation afin de permettre aussi d'apprendre aux jeunes pour lutter aussi contre le chômage.
Yeah, we have high hopes for that because gaming is a new field in Africa, it's a new field in Namibia. So we have created a 5 to 10 year step on how we can build it and sustain it in Namibia, because it's important that if you're going to introduce gaming, you just don't throw it to the wall and say, we're going to create a PS5 game. What we want to do is we want to create games that focus on Namibian culture, that adapt everyone, and also focus on the gamification perspective. We have 12 different languages in my country. How about we create an app that teaches people from abroad how to talk our languages or how to learn from them?
Donc l'idée de créer ce jeu, c'est aussi de permettre d'unifier la population. Ils ont beaucoup de langues dans leur pays. Alors quel est ce vecteur qui peut faciliter cette connexion-là? Donc créant les jeux, c'est aussi un facteur qui peut développer cela.
Yeah.
C'est ainsi qu'ils ont mis en place ces formations pour la jeunesse.
And just to jump to some of the South American networks I have is that through Game Jam program, we partnered our Game Jam Africa and a Game Jam Plus Namibia with Game Jam Plus Brazil because it gives us an indication how we can compete abroad, but also how to network people for different skills and create together so that we can build it because I don't get any support from my government. It's very difficult. Whether it's government, banks, the lady that was sitting there, I can echo her statements. The only difference is I'm male and she's a woman, which is even more difficult for her because they don't believe in her. But with us, no support at all. So our support has to come from abroad and we basically need to fight for everything. People are asking me why am I in this field? Well, I'm very competitive and to me I see this as a challenge. So it's a crazy thing to do, but I'm fighting for it and I like what I'm doing.
Donc, il aime ce qu'il fait. Comme la dame avait épinglé cela, il n'a pas le support du gouvernement, mais il doit commencer quelque chose, ainsi que il est, à travers CG, ils ont des contacts avec l'Amérique du Sud, où ils s'engagent avec des jeunes, avec d'autres, pour développer des jeux. Il ne peut pas se décourager, il doit d'abord commencer quelque chose.
Thanks to my last 6 years in the game development field, I now know what works, what doesn't work, and also that when we go to corporates, we need to understand their language. And when you're trying to gamify the education system, there's a lot of red tape, 5 to 10 years that takes long. So thanks to the digital Portugal barely becoming a board member, I can now work on a gamify education system, not only in Namibia but for different countries as well. So that's my way of basically bypassing the system and going to my government and corporates and saying, well, since you guys don't want to sponsor, this happens and I go do this in different countries, I'm going to charge you high. So that's our way of like getting back to the system and they can hopefully learn from us and learn to support us when we come up with ideas in the beginning.
The finance industry is in the house.
Nous avons l'industrie des finances dans la maison.
You may come here for the agriculture industry, manufacturing industry, but here is technology industry.
Vous pouvez peut-être être venu pour l'industrie de manufacture, d'agriculture, mais aussi il y a l'industrie de la technologie.
In business, they talk about diversify your investments.
En termes d'affaires, on parle de diversifier les investissements.
That is a conversation for another day when we host Technology Expose for the African Young Lions.
Donc là, ça sera pour les jours suivants où nous allons avoir l'exposé des jeunes technocrates africains.
Before we step out for lunch, are there any comments or questions that we need to address?
Avant que nous puissions aller prendre notre lunch, est-ce qu'il y a
3. For now, 1, 2, 3 in that order.
Yeah. It would be wrong of me not to stand up and say something. I am super excited about you guys being here. And I want to say to all of us in the room, we work in agriculture, we work in all of the various sectors in our business acumen. These people right here can make your business more viable, quicker, in a faster way than you have ever imagined. Speak to them. Trust me. The world knows that they have the key. If you're talking $15 for an hour for somebody to work on a telephone, or what's the other stat you gave?
50 to 90.
50 to 90 if you are in this sector. Your business can expand. So thank you very, very much for a powerful session. Brilliant.
Donc, vous êtes dans le domaine de l'agriculture, mais parler à ces jeunes hommes, ils vont aider vos activités à accélérer, à prendre un élan encore plus avancé, puisqu'on a parlé de $15 par heure, mais ici on parle de 50 à 90 par heure. Donc parler à ces messieurs, ils peuvent aider à booster vos activités.
I wanted to ask, does the exposure to games override addiction to games in our children, and is it more beneficial for them to play games, or there is, because I've got so much reservations when it comes to my son playing games all the time.
Donc, je vais aussi poser la question, puisque exposer les enfants au jeu, n'est-ce pas, cela aussi peut créer l'addiction. Donc, elle est un peu réservée quand il s'agit de laisser ses enfants à beaucoup s'habituer avec les jeux vidéo. Est-ce que cela peut créer aussi une addiction?
I understand. I'm in the same boat. I have 3 boys, and my punishment often to them is I say you cannot play any more video games. But saying that, a huge study was just done in South Africa at Chimololong in Johannesburg, and it was found, all fingers pointed to at the end of the study, that the kids that got into technology when they were older all had the same thing when they were growing up: access to devices. So they had access to video games, access to computers. They tried to look in various other ways, but it always came down to that same denominator. So even kids that had an Xbox or a console at their house entered into the video game industry. It was a scientific research over a year that was done on it.
Moi aussi, en tant que père, j'ai 3 garçons, et je leur dis aussi, pas les jeux, tout ça, ne touchez pas aux appareils électroniques. Mais il est prouvé que les recherches démontrent que les enfants ou les adultes qui développent les talents ou l'expertise dans la technologie, ce sont ceux qui ont été exposés dès le bas âge aux jeux électroniques ou à la manipulation des appareils électroniques.
However, everything has to be done in moderation in life. So it's the same as my kids would love to eat sweets all day, their whole life, if they could. And I have to stop them. So it is still my responsibility, just with like video games and sweets. And when I grew up, I probably watched too much television when I was a kid as well. It was my parents telling me and me telling my kids that you have to do things in moderation. And we met people last night that are training schools around South Africa, and Raymond was chatting to them, and it was the same question: is there addiction within gaming? And their response was, it's not if you control it. As much as they will play a sport every afternoon, you have to say, okay, video games are the same. You have the same amount of time that you play video games, and that's seen as a sport. And you have to control it like anything else. So it's our responsibility to tell and manage our kids' time on screens as much as possible.
Je crois que cela relève de notre responsabilité de gérer ou de contrôler. Toute chose, si tout accès mène toujours à l'addiction, c'est comme même quand les enfants prennent des choses plus sucrées, ça peut aussi donner à l'addiction. Donc si nous avons les contrôles et nous louons un certain temps à ces jeux-là aux enfants, je crois que cela ne peut pas poser un problème. C'est question de gérer et de contrôler.
All right, we have a comment, but the lady here, she wants to also answer to what your concern is.
Je vais rajouter quelque chose là-dessus. Je suis aussi maman, donc je peux comprendre l'inquiétude d'exposer ses enfants aux jeux vidéo. Mais il faut voir les choses sous une autre perspective. En fait. Exploiter les jeux vidéo permet de développer le cerveau de l'enfant sur un autre aspect. Ce qu'on ne perçoit pas assez vite, c'est la logique. Très très vite, les enfants qui sont pas abreuvés, mais pour ça que je suis d'accord avec lui dans le sens de contrôler, mais quand on donne aux enfants des jeux, on développe énormément leur sens de la logique et leur sens de comprendre des choses, des notions simples très facilement.
So Amanda as well, I agree to what Ms. Rex said. moderation is very important. And when you expose your child to video game, it's been proven that you are helping them to develop logically thinking. And this is also, it is very important for them to in the future, to be involved in technologies. So there is also positive aspect when it comes to expose your kids to video games.
And second thing, donc on a quelque chose qu'on a beaucoup dans l'industrie du jeu vidéo qu'on appelle de la gamification. Donc en fait, concrètement, c'est souvent transformer une information ou une skills qu'on veut transmettre à quelqu'un sur une expérience de jeu lui permet de mieux intégrer cette expérience que vous voulez qu'il comprenne. Donc si vous voulez apprendre un enfant par exemple à, disons, dresser son lit, le lui dire tous les jours c'est une chose, mais souvent le faire comme dans un système de jeu, ça peut être vidéo ou ça peut juste être un exercice à la maison, lui permet d'intégrer ça beaucoup plus facilement et de le prendre dans le bon mindset. C'est en ça qu'il faut voir le côté positif du jeu vidéo. Voilà.
So there is a positive side of a video game. When you are telling your child things, maybe how to dress up his bed, but when it comes to a video game, it is helping the child to learn faster and to transfer the skills and the knowledge easily than speaking to them to do things every day. Cette façon-là, c'est danger d'exposer les enfants à la pornographie et à d'autres choses qui sont malsaines. Est-ce qu'il y a-t-il une autre méthode qui permet, de manière positive, qui permet aux jeunes de développer?
Okay, to answer that question, it's an excellent point. But I think before you buy the child's games, there are restrictions that say 16 for violence, 18 for violence, and things like that. So there is a warning that comes with it. And there's different variety of games to play. When it comes to the educational games, there's a lot of them to play, especially on mobile. There's a game called BuzzMath that basically teaches kids how to study math. And even like with the game that we created called Explorium, it's an educational game that markets Namibia to the world. So it's not out yet, but when it is, I'll make sure all of you are glad to know. So there are elements that can be incorporated that's easy, because you would be surprised with our kids today. They might like the violence game, but as soon as they're given something that's a challenge, like maybe an educational game that they need to solve something, they're going to be glued to it. So there are like solutions to those questions as well.
Donc il y a la solution au problème de la violence dont vous parlez avec les jeux vidéo, avec les jeux en général. Mais quand vous achetez les jeux, il y a des restrictions, il y a des informations qui sont transmises. On vous dit ces jeux, ce n'est pas pour telle tranche d'âge. Donc d'abord c'est un aspect. Un deuxième aspect aussi, avec les jeux, lorsque ces jeux apprennent aux enfants de construire quelque chose, cela leur permet de développer aussi la façon de penser, une autre façon de penser. Il n'y a pas que la violence. Donc les jeux a aussi un aspect positif d'éducation sur comment résoudre les problèmes. Cela aide à développer le talent des enfants aussi.
And my second question is, if I'm right, or you want, my second question.
That seemed like a conversation.
Cela apparaît comme une conversation.
But it's a business proposal already.
Mais c'est une proposition d'affaires.
I'm expecting this team to sit together sometime later.
Donc je voudrais que ces gens s'assoient même et peut-être après.
Come and propose again to LWA for a consortium to talk about investments now.
Donc pour mettre en place un système de G pour que LWA puisse
now in their business.
Ou peut intervenir dans leurs affaires.
Having said that, it's lunchtime. Who's hungry?
Est-ce que
Are you hungry?
Qui a faim?
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite a gentleman to present to you an opportunity again. That will give you an opportunity if you would like to participate in that award. Just about 2-3 minutes, then we go for lunch. Thank you. This afternoon, we're going into another session that will see us doing things and connecting with individuals that are doing amazing things in the agriculture industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the focus will be very simple. Creating sustainable agripreneurs in Africa. And then this session is facilitated by the leader of ADC African Group. This will introduce agripreneurs to a wide range of partnership opportunities for South African agribusiness operators and Africa at large. We will be leading in this industry. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll hand over to the facilitator for this afternoon.
À tous, mesdames, mesdemoiselles et messieurs, merci de m'avoir permis d'être dans cette auguste salle ce soir. C'est un honneur pour moi. Je remercie Madame la Présidente, Madame Madelein Mkunu, qui ne ménage aucun effort pour rassembler l'Afrique. Parce que seul on peut rien et ensemble on peut aller très loin.
Thank you very much once again for having me. And I want to thank Ms. Madelein Mkunu for the effort put together so that this event took place.
L'Afrique est un continent qui est tellement riche, je n'ai pas à vous le rappeler, que nous pouvons vivre de ce que nous produisons. L'agriculture, avec l'agriculture, nous pouvons parler de la même langue. L'agriculture, c'est le seul domaine dans le monde que tu peux avoir la bénédiction dans cette vie et dans l'au-delà.
If there is a sector in Africa where all together we can speak one language, is agriculture. And with agriculture, Africa has enough to develop itself and offer the best to itself.
Parce que l'agriculture, quand tu fais l'agriculture, tu vas faire manger les pauvres. Tu vas faire manger les insectes. Tu vas faire manger les animaux. Et tout ça te serait bénéfique dans cette vie et dans l'au-delà.
When you do agriculture, you feed from human being to insect to the nature, because in the end of the day, that's the answer to feed the world.
Je viens d'un pays où on a l'habitude de l'appeler, les gens de l'Ouest, de l'Afrique de l'Ouest sont là, le scandale géologique. La Guinée est un pays qu'on appelle scandale géologique.
I'm coming from the West Africa, and people call it West Africa, but most of all from Guinea, which is a blessed country in terms of opportunity.
Mon pays est le deuxième pays producteur de la bauxite au monde après l'Australie. Là, nous avons la plus grande réserve.
When you speak about the mineral, which is bauxite, the country is the second in terms of mineral reserve after Brazil, right?
En Guinée, nous avons 13 millions de terres arables cultivables non utilisées.
13 million of land available for agriculture, not being put in use so far.
Nous avons 7 mois de pluie.
7 months of rain season.
Nous avons 5 mois de soleil.
5 months of summer.
Nous avons le meilleur climat tropical de l'Afrique de l'Ouest.
Tropical climate, if you consider in that part of Africa.
Maintenant, pourquoi nous ne pouvons pas nous développer avec l'agriculture?
The question is why can they not develop through agriculture?
Jusque-là, nous voyons nos dirigeants commander le riz de la Chine de la très mauvaise qualité qui donne la maladie aux gens.
So far, we've been our government trying to order rice, for example, coming from China. In fact, that are not in good quality.
Parce que nos dirigeants, j'ai pas peur de le dire, je fais partie des dirigeants de mon pays, j'ai pas peur, ils privilégient jusque-là ce que font les blancs et non ce que font les noirs.
So far, I have no fear to say it is because our leaders give more priority to outside product than our local products.
C'est pourquoi je suis en Afrique du Sud. Je m'adresse à ces messieurs qui sont à côté de moi. Il faut que l'Afrique se développe par les Africains.
And I want to address to the panel sitting in front of me and tell them that Africa needs to develop through African persons.
Nelson Mandela, paix à son âme, il ne faut pas qu'il se batte pendant 27 ans pour ne rien. Il s'est battu pour que l'Afrique apprenne à l'Afrique ce que l'Afrique ne sait pas.
I think Nelson Mandela sacrificed himself in fighting a good fight and believing that Africa need to believe on themselves. You know, Africans have to believe in themselves and fight for the fight that is proper to their self-empowerment. Yeah.
Tous les Africains qui sont là, à part les Sud-Africains, sont venus pour votre technologie, votre connaissance. Alors, ce n'est pas pour aller loin. Acceptez de travailler avec nous, envoyez votre technologie, votre knowledge, votre savoir, comment vous avez pu développer ce beau pays qui est l'Afrique du Sud. Nous voulons ces pays, que nos pays ressemblent à vos pays. Nous sommes là pour ça. Parce que vous êtes les personnes qui, à l'aéroport, nous avons vu du Motherland and I was so happy. J'étais tellement contente parce que je me sentais.
She's saying that talking to the panel, say the delegation that come all over Africa has come because they need an answer from you guys, and because they believe that South Africa has the technology and what it takes in terms of transforming agriculture in Africa. So they expect that the change of intelligence, of expertise, and taking them through all the process will definitely impact.
Alors je vais m'arrêter là-bas d'abord parce que j'ai mon cœur qui est tellement gros. Je suis venu chez mes frères pour leur dire tout ce que j'ai sur mon cœur pour ce beau continent. Si vous voyez la guerre de l'Ukraine et de la Russie, les gens se plaignent que le manger manque, alors que le grenier de le monde, c'est l'Afrique. Développons l'Afrique pour dire non aux Blancs. Merci.
Then I will talk a little bit about some of the training and extension services which my university offer, and I will touch on the economics of aquaponics. Many people ask, but is aquaponics profitable? Is it economically sustainable? Then I will touch a little bit on financial models, marketing, value added, and the conclusion.
Bref, il va toucher sur tous les points qui sont les topics que vous voyez là-bas, que ce soit qu'est-ce que l'aquaponique et puis les avantages et inconvénients, mais en général, on va donner une idée de quoi il s'agit de l'aquaponique.
Okay, this slide just gives you an idea about climate change and global warming, and the sad news is that our continent, Africa, will be impacted the most in the world about climate change. We can already see temperatures are increasing.
Vous pouvez voir sur le tableau où se place l'Afrique et l'impact du changement de climat en ce qui concerne le continent. La réalité est que toute l'Afrique sera impactée du fait des changements de climat et les répercussions seront sérieuses.
So the impact of climate change is that we will see a lot more flooding, we will see a lot more droughts, it will be very difficult to predict weather. So in South Africa, for instance, you will have rainfall outside of rainfall season, natural rainfall season. You can even have snow, wildfires, so it's very terrible and it's usually going a part of humanity disorders.
Les impacts des changements de climat, vous pouvez voir sur les images qui parlent mieux que les paroles. Donc il y aura la sécheresse, et surtout les effets de la sécheresse, vous le savez, les conséquences. Et puis vous pouvez voir là-bas des pluies énormes qui vont causer des dégâts, par exemple, dans l'environnement.
So on the map, the colors is just an indication. The blue is where there's normally storms, flooding. Green, this area is where there's also flooding, and the brown areas where there's normally droughts, where we can expect droughts.
Les images, vous pouvez voir, le bleu, c'est là il y a beaucoup plus de pluie et de vent. En orange, il y a beaucoup plus de la sécheresse. Et il y a aussi la couleur bleue qui montre qu'il y a des impacts du climat, du changement du climat.
So for us to produce food for ourselves, we must farm smarter. We must use innovation, we must use technology, and we must have much more control, do more with less.
Pour produire en agriculture, nous devons tenir en considération les facteurs qui sont là-bas. Nous devons être smart, intelligents, et nous devons tenir en considération les facteurs qui sont là-bas pour que lorsque nous cultivons, nous recevons des résultats expectés.
So this graph is just showing over time the occurrence. The left one is on frequency of droughts, floods, epidemics, storms. And you can see that over the last 10 years, it has expanded a lot. The other graph on the right-hand side is the number of people which were affected by these strategies.
Les conséquences, vous pouvez les voir dans le graphe qui est sur le tableau. Et vous pouvez voir en bleu, c'est la sécheresse. Et en vert, c'est là où il y a des pluies diluviennes. Et puis les conséquences, c'est des épidémies, des maladies. Et puis en orange, c'est là où il y a beaucoup plus de tempêtes, disons, de vent pétueux.
This one just shows you the temperature change. It's getting warmer, hotter, summer and winter, and the minimum temperature is also not as low as it used to be, and we have much higher peak temperatures during the summer months.
Lorsqu'on parle de l'agriculture, évidemment, le problème de température est un problème considérable. Le graphe montre très bien, vous pouvez voir que les températures au niveau de l'Afrique ne font qu'augmenter. Plus que les températures augmentent, plus que les possibilités d'agriculture deviennent tellement minimes, dangereuses.
This will also have an impact on the economies and the GDP of different countries. So this graph shows you different scenarios. If there's zero change in temperature, it's the orange part. If we can follow the Paris Agreement, all those policies, stick to them, and it's about a 1.5% increase in temperature, that will be the economic impact of that. And if we don't do anything, it will be a 3% increase. That is just business as usual, as we carry on, as we are doing.
Le chemin est tellement clair, vous pouvez voir l'évolution de la température, et si nous respectons les consignes du changement de client tel que recommandé, il y a la chance que nous pouvons réduire cela. Et plus que nous négligeons cela, il y a beaucoup de chances de se retrouver dans des catastrophes.
Now you can ask, but why? How is this possible? And it's because that agriculture, the primary production, will be impacted. And if you think of all the industrialized countries in the world, they had a solid base, which was agriculture.
Et si vous posez la question comment cela est possible, c'est pour comprendre que toutes ces remarques négatives vont contribuer à ce que l'agriculture, qui est l'espoir pour l'Afrique, va connaître des dégâts. Et vous vous souviendrez que même au niveau de l'Europe, l'agriculture était le fondement même du développement.
So that brings me to aquaponics.
Cela nous amène au...
More than 200 commercial farms were involved with the study. Only one farm was from South Africa.
Dans plus de 200 fermiers dans le contexte commercial qui étaient impliqués, il n'y a qu'un seul fermier qui est venu de l'Afrique du Sud.
So you can see the results, the types of soil knowledge is very important. If it's your primary source of income, that means you are focused on the business. Even 5 times more likely to be profitable. Sales revenue, that is the size which comes in, and the climatic zone also plays a role.
Très important, les statistiques qui sont là-bas, parce que lorsque vous parlez d'un projet commercial, parce que c'est là où il faut produire l'argent, il faut faire l'argent, alors ce facteur doit être là-bas. Donc il faut le lire pour comprendre que quand vous voulez vous impliquer, il faut que ça soit dans un contexte commercial, et quand vous appliquez toutes les méthodologies, évidemment les résultats vont apparaître de cette forme-là.
There are Excel spreadsheets, templates available for the financials, which you can just populate.
Il y a des des tableaux, évidemment, de modèles économiques dont les résultats financiers sont tellement élaborés là-dedans. Et lorsque vous en avez besoin, on peut toujours vous envoyer pour des raisons de comparaison.
And there's even a book that can take you step by step how to compile your own business plan for a promotion.
Il y a aussi des manuels qui sont bien établis, qu'on peut vous le donner, qui peuvent vous accompagner étape par étape pour apprendre comment réussir là-dessus.
Aquaponics farmers said to me, the difficult thing is not to produce the fish or to produce the vegetables, the difficult thing is to market them.
Dans le mécanisme, la chose la plus difficile n'est pas produire ou les étapes qu'elle veut énumérer. La chose la plus difficile, c'est comment réussir au marketing. Comment vous allez faire le marketing.
And if you can do some value adding on your product, it will give you a better competitive edge and you can make higher profits.
Quand vous ajoutez la valeur au-dessus des produits, c'est ça qui va vous rendre compétitif et aussi entrer dans le marché avec l'avantage.
And here you have to think a little bit out of the box.
Et dans ce contexte-là, vous devez sortir de l'ordinaire.
Look how clever is that meat without feet for the fish.
Vous pouvez voir comment les produits sont là-bas, au-dessus. Quand vous pouvez voir dans la viande qui est là-bas, les poissons au-dessus, et il y a la viande sans feet là-dedans.
You also get this living lettuce, which stays fresh much longer.
Et vous pouvez voir la lettuce qui est là-bas, en bas, qui dit local lettuce, qui le slogan parle de la fraîcheur qui est reliée en termes de la dureté des produits.
Even the flowers was produced in an aquaponics system, and it's edible and it gives much color in your salad.
Même les fleurs qui sont là-bas, ils sont produits dans le système, et vous pouvez voir bien coloré et embelli, et même le décor.
Same on the fish side. If you can fill up the
Vous pouvez
fish.
voir avec le tilapia, vous voyez la qualité de l'emballage qui est là-bas et comment est-ce que cela est représenté. Donc, il s'agit d'ajouter la valeur au-dessus des produits que vous avez. C'est ça qui fait la différence en termes commerciaux si vous voulez aller dans les domaines.
So this is my last slide, and I think aquaponics is really the ideal technology for Africa and for the future. Thank you.
Vous pouvez voir que...
Hi, thanks for your presentation. What I'd like to know, I'm very keen on this technology because I've been looking at it in the past, but not in the kind of detail that you've explained it today. What I would like to know is if I go out to the market and I'm looking for opportunities to deploy this technology, from a sales perspective, what I'm interested in knowing is that there's obviously a little bit of a higher capital outlay in this setup. So if I have to convince a potential customer to actually go for this technology versus the traditional method, then obviously the additional capital cost outlay that's in here is probably then offset against higher production rates or smaller land or some other benefits. Maybe you can just elaborate a little bit on what is that selling point, apart from the ones that you had on the slide. I'm more referring to the financial benefits. How do we articulate that in the sales pitch?
La question est simple et il veut bien que s'il peut établir les mécanismes dans la différence entre les modèles traditionnels de faire l'agriculture et ces modèles qu'il est en train d'offrir par rapport au financement, leur modèle de financement et aussi par rapport aux résultats financiers. S'il peut établir la différence là-dessus.
I can quickly think of several reasons. The first thing is the soil, the farmland that you buy or use doesn't have to be very fertile, so it can be very economically cheap.
Oui. La première raison est qu'en ce qui concerne les avantages, que la terre que vous achetez nécessairement ne doit pas être fertile. Donc, vous comprenez, donc, il y a quelques fois où on vous exige que ça doit être une terre fertile 100%, mais dans les contextes, pas nécessairement.
The capital layout is high, but you don't have to do it on a very high tech method. You can also do it on a low tech method.
Okay, we're still at the African Partnership Growth 2022 by Leading Women of Africa. And we've got another young man here, and this is actually a different area of business and work that they do. So introduce yourself to us.
Good afternoon, guys. My name is Tuteleni Longa. I am a game designer, project manager, and producer occasionally. So I'm the founder of TL Entertainment. It's a company that creates games, does consultancy, and also does events to try and bring up the game development industry in Namibia and Africa through the Game Jam Plus program.
So what's gaming about first? What do you mean by gaming? If people are like, gaming, what's that?
Different varieties of games. You can either create games or you can play games, one of the two.
Okay.
So it's either you play or you create or you watch.
All right. So now what you were given earlier on when you were in the panel about how gaming could be used to address unemployment.
In Namibia.
So yeah, share that with us.
So there was statistics that basically stated that there is a 54% unemployment rate in Namibia. I think 45% of that is among graduates.
Wow.
So whether I think it's true, if it's not true, then the audience can correct me on that. So if that is true, that I think it's true, then I think we need to look at maybe our education system, because my personal opinion is that our education system offers qualification and not education. Let's take private schools out of the component, because if that wasn't the case, why are the unemployment rates so high? So, and I think one of the solutions we do have is maybe we need to try and gamify our education system. Now, what we mean by gamifying is like we should not erase the traditional methods. We should incorporate modern methods so that they can both go together. And I also think when it comes to gaming in Namibia, I think for Namibia we are trying to build the game industry up. So it's important that you don't throw things on the wall, but you build it up slowly, where usually is where things can work. And we think that focusing now on gamification in Namibia is where a lot of corporates and companies can make money from it. So, because gamification is obviously using games to solve issues around you.
So I know, one of the questions that was asked, as well during the conference, the panel session there was about addiction, to game. What do you have to say about that?
I'll use me as an example. When I was young, God bless my mother, she made a lot of things possible for us, because we were very privileged sometimes to have access to PlayStation 2, to have Nintendo 64. So I was very addicted to games growing up when I was a kid playing it, until it wasn't accessible anymore. So it was only maybe 6 or 7 years ago I got into gaming, because thanks to a program where it's like you can create games, and I was like, oh, because we never think of who can create, we just play. So and it's like what Rex said earlier at the panel, it will come back to you. If you are addicted to game, 7, 10 or 15 years along the line when you're about to go to varsity, you're going to come back to IT, you're going to come back to games. And there was also statistics done by the Symposium technology, they're part of it, where they basically said that a large variety of people who consume games as young come back to it when they are advancing their careers. And also I'll ask parents to also have restrictions on their kids as well, because it's like sports. You can't play sports every day, you can't play it every hour, there are restrictions. So it's
moderation, it's about paying attention to that. So for you now with Tura Life, so tell us what you actually do,
For this company. So this has an abbreviation that stands for to unite rural applicants living in failed establishments.
Okay.
That's what we decided to name the company, and this is short for Katutura, which is like a very poor area in Namibia. So by us thinking of that, we think of gaming, and it's like in gaming, programmers are just 5% or 10%. You need illustrators, you need programmers, you need graphics designers, game designers.
So every profession, more or less.
So that's why it's like we're trying to unite creatives together in Namibia so that we can create games, so that we can solve the unemployment issue, because gaming speaks to 8 or 9 different fields. For example, obviously now I understand how a little bit corporate politics works, but someone who creates games doesn't do the business plan. This is where you need a business developer to come in.
Right.
Someone who's doing games is not going to market the game. That's where you need someone who does marketing to come in, to market the games for you. So we're trying to bring these skills together so we can bring down the unemployment rate in our country as well, and also make money for ourselves and usher in this new field within our country.
Right. I know we were talking about monetizing, gaming as well.
Yeah.
So from the discussion that was held, has that helped you
How
or
to make
given
money?
you a different perspective?
I mean, we've always known how to make money from games, because there's 7 different ways you can do adverts. This is, for example, this is University of Cape Town. You create a game, and the game is playable. You can pitch it to Cape Town and say University of History and say, depending which demographic you want your students to apply, the game can be used, and then you can advertise some of your stuff there. There's one way you can advertise. It's through adverts and stuff like that. That's one way to make money. Another way to make money is through art canvases, marketing and promotion. That's another way to make money from games and things like that. And the other way is that you can have deals with restaurants and say, listen, we want to have this game competition at your restaurant. If the person if the person has the highest high score, then for 2 weeks or 5 nights, they can get 50% of any meal they want. And this is where they can come in and say, oh no, we want this. So there's and obviously merch as well, t-shirts, toys, car holders. If the branding is good, if the logo is good, people are going to spend money on that. So gaming has money in every element. It's like about 5 to 7 ways that you can make money from it. So it's very profitable.
Awesome. So for you with this symposium, I know it's still the first day, now. How has that encouraged you, or what have you learned so far? Or what are you looking forward to?
Well, I've learned that all struggles are the same in Africa, across Africa, because we always think like in Namibia, the walls are against us, corporates don't listen to us, but it's the same here as well. In South Africa, it's the same as well, because the other lady just explained that, the banks and they don't listen to, they don't
get the support.
Yeah,
Government,
they
banks,
don't do that. So it's the same thing. So that's what I've learned. And the other thing I've learned is that, or the most important thing I've maybe obtained is networking. So you get to meet people, and you get to see people, how you can work together with them as well. And also just listening to the other panels, I've got to learn as well what they do, what they don't do, how the agriculture thing is. And basically, I've also learned that there is an element between agriculture and tech. And I think if we mix the two, it can be very profitable.
Right. Thank you so much. In closing, I want you to just maybe send a message to anyone out there, gamers, Africans, Namibians, anyone you want to speak to. But if you could just, whatever you want to say.
I want to thank Rex, Cindy, Alexander, and Penny for allowing me to come for Africa Games Week Festival. And I also want to thank Ian and Sandra and everyone for Juliana, actually, Ian and Juliana, for supporting me as well with the whole Game Jam Plus situation. And I also want to thank obviously the people at home, my mom and everyone who just supported my dreams, and my brothers as well, for me to get here. So that's the support I have. And my last message for Africans is that we should get into gaming, and we should start creating content and be exported out of our country, because we're so busy importing, we're so busy consuming games from other countries, which is a good thing, but how about we start creating our own, and we start making our money from there as well, and also have them to play our games as well. So that's the only message I have.
Wow, thank you. That was a strong message to all your village.
Thank you.
When I say village, all the people supporting you, from Rex to your mother, your family members, and so on. So I want us to both say APG 2022. Okay. So my dear, you're looking so beautiful. I love your hair, by the way.
Thank you.
Tell us who you are and how you've been involved in today's program.
Okay, so I'm Evelyn from Kiro Games. Kiro Game is an African studio game based in Cameroon, especially in Yaoundé.
Okay.
So we have created our studio game since 2015, and then we will release 2 games right now. We have two games available on Play Store.
Okay.
We have Orion, our first game, and then we have 1 game Sorry, it's only available in French.
No, it's okay. We have a
It's
lot of
only
French
available
viewers as well.
It's only available in French. We call it le responsable boa.
What does that mean?
Le responsable boa is like, are you a chief? Someone is a kind of chief, is a kind of elite, and basically the game is like you can play a civil servant, and you have the both choice so that you can be a good civil servant or a bad civil servant.
Oh, so that's educative as well. You know, and that's what we need in Africa.
Yeah, exactly.
The difference between good or
and
bad.
Because that game is based on, you can choose whatever you want, but the game lets you see all the consequences of your choice.
Right.
If you're bad, you're gonna see the bad results. If you're good, you're gonna see the good results. That's it. That's basically the game.
When you were speaking earlier on at the panel, you know, you were so passionate as well about, you know, especially being a woman and you know, what we're doing for girls. How easy is this industry for girls or women to get into? Because gaming normally is seen as
for men. Yeah, it's interesting. It's challenging. Let me say that it's challenging because there's not too much space for women. Basically, they did not say that don't come. They did not say that. But the space, the way they're working, the way the strategy, everything inside the mobile gaming or the studio gaming industry is like the women have to fight to find their place. That's it. But they don't say don't come here.
Right.
And basically my work, one of my work and one of my purpose in that industry is to create female character inside the game that look like real female character.
That
because
women can, you know, relate to and say, okay, that looks like me.
That looks like me. Because sometimes, even in the movie, when you see a female character, it looks like it's a girl with a pants. So it doesn't look like a real woman gonna behave like this, or a real woman not behave like this. So right now, one of my purpose, even in Kiro Games where I'm currently working, is be able to help the developer, the writer, the creator to create the real female character heroes, so that young girl can identify, like, hey, she look like me, she has hair like me, even our character look like me with this kind of hair.
Yes, not the straight, but the natural look of an African.
Sometimes it's really important to give that to the young girl, because that's why I don't straighten my hair, because I saw all the beautiful women with real hair, and I think that this is great. This is nice. So if we want our girl to be able to love themselves the way they are, this is one of ways in the mobile gaming industry that we can show that a woman can be strong, she can be independent, she can be beautiful with natural hair. That's one of my.
I'm so happy to hear that. So what do you see as the future for gaming in Cameroon, South Africa, or Africa even as a continent? Or what would you like to see?
No, let us say that we think that we have some data, some KPI show us that this is a great industry, because we're talking a lot about supporting gaming. No, we don't want kind of support gaming. We want investment in gaming. Because there is an industry, they can create some jobs. Because I'm not coding. I don't know how to code anything. I'm from marketing. So you can come from marketing, you can
come from any industry.
You can be
so not necessarily about IT.
You're not supposed to be in IT. You can do whatever you want. You can find your place inside the gaming industry, because we look for musicians because they have music on the game. We look for writer because we write a story about the game, because the game is not about the code, only about the code. It's also about the history. It's only about the character. So that's why I'm talking about building a female character that represents a woman. But you have to find a writer who can think about a great character. So if you're a writer, you can think about write a book, but you can also work with us. You understand? This is
so the industry is huge. Basically. I didn't even know that. You're just making me to look, now think outside the box about gaming.
That's it. So we can create jobs for young African, young women African. That's it. That's why we don't want to continue message like support industry. No,
but investment.
Invest. Let me say something about the Nigeria. Something that is impressed me. Okay, maybe look back, throw back to 10 years ago, or maybe 20 years, maybe something like that. Nollywood was like, everyone was saying that this is bullshit. Sorry for that. This is not good. This is not real movie. This real. But
it's growing
they
now.
invest in that.
Correct.
They invest, and then right now, Nollywood is an industry. They create jobs. They create everything. Right now, I see that when I'm on Netflix, I see Nollywood movie.
Yes.
That's it. That's how you create an industry. So that's the main goal of right now. That's why we are here. We want to help people to understand, the investor to understand that video game is not something that you have to support. Video game in an industry that create billions dollars of revenue. So there is an industry of $1 billion. Just imagine something. We are a billion Africans. It's only 10% of that billion Africans spend like $9 on the game. See the kind of money that we can get.
Generate, correct.
That's it. That's it. Because we started being that kind of African who consume all the
consumers.
products.
We don't produce and manufacture. So this is an opportunity now to start producing and looking inwards. You know what? Because I hear that we're about to start the next session. Thank you for your time, Evelyn, and we wish you all the best for the future. However, in closing, I want you to just share any message you want looking in there to maybe a younger Evelyn in a village in Cameroon, or to Simbogile, or whoever might be there. Any message you want to say, please just share any message.
Any message.
To anyone you want to speak to.
Okay. I'm Evelyn. Can I come? Okay. I'm Evelyn from Kiro Game. I'm currently a young African woman who's working in a great industry that is the gaming industry. And I think that there's not a lot of women here in our industry. That's why I'm talking about. I want women to think about working in this industry because there is a lot of money here first, but there's empowerment for women. There is job that we can create. There's money that we can create. There is an opportunity that we can have here. So for all the young women who are thinking about, so I'm drawing here, so maybe I'm making music, maybe I'm doing this, know that the industry of mobile and the industry of the gaming waiting for you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Evelyn. You've heard that. Till next time, you have to say APG 2022.
Okay, APG 2022. Yay.
Peace out.
I'm going to look at you.
Yeah, it's me and you talking, and then after I told you to go. Okay. Right, we've got another young lady who is here, and so tell us about yourself. I know, very young. We need to claim young. It doesn't matter. We're young. Tell us your name and your business and how you're involved with today's event.
Yes. So my name is Heidi Schutter. I am a IT consultant. I specialize in systems and software and training of using that systems and software.
Okay.
I'm usually asked by companies to come and do an audit, and then I come and see what they have, what they need. I will suggest a solution, and then we implement, and then we train, and then and that's how we expand the business.
Awesome. So how is today's event, Africa Partnership for Growth? How has it been so far? I know it's the first day today.
Yes.
How has it been for you so far?
Good. I love the speakers' robust conversations, and the audience asking them questions, and they all want to respond. It was good. That for me is the best part today. Is getting the speakers. The speakers are real. They have hands-on experience in the sectors that they are representing.
And have you been networking as well? Because I believe this is an opportunity to network in terms of what you do, in the industry. So have you had time to network yet?
I have spoken to a few people, and I've met some of my friends. There's quite a few business people that I'm friends with, that I've worked with in the past, and that knows me. And but I'm so excited that there's other things that I haven't stepped into yet, that I'm
You're getting an idea, getting that exposure. And I know as we, kind of started the gender-based violence 2 weeks, recently.
Yes.
And I know you said you're a feminist, you work in
about
that field. What do you see as the future for women? It's
absolutely empowerment of self-emancipation, and also just the safety of women is the imperative in the country, but most importantly it's healing, not just of women but of men. And they always focus on the woman empowerment, but it's the people empowerment, because I feel that when we're raising our children, we're raising young boys and young women, young girls. So that for me is the future of our country.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Heidi, and we look forward to seeing you, and you enjoy today and tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow, yes.
And we wish you all the best with your business. But before we go, now I want you to share any message you might have with anyone you want to speak to out there. Anything.
I actually want to encourage people to be to take a step and to do the things that they've always wanted to do, that they dream of, that they just think one day, someday, maybe I'll do it. Don't wait, just do it, go for it. And don't be afraid of funding and saying, oh, I can't do it, there's no money. Don't let money ever stop you. Don't let money and circumstances, don't ever let anything stop you. You have to go for what you want, do what you want, that you really want, because there will be people sharing your vision. And when they share your vision, they will help you to get the money, the resources, the building, the staff, everything. Those things can come if you believe that this is really what you want to do. So go for it.
You heard from the wise lady. Go for it, she says. Please do go for it. Don't let anything stop.
Yeah.
Now, what do we say? APG 2022.
APG 2022.
Thank you. Later. Well, we're still chatting with our speakers and some of the people at today's event. And I've got another young man here. We have a lot of young people. It's not only you people that are young out there. So Mr. Engstander is from the University of Stellenbosch. Tell us, which department or your job title, what you do.
Yes, thank you. So I work at the aquaculture unit. That falls in the Department of Animal Sciences in the Faculty of Agri-Sciences.
Right.
And I'm more a technical staff member.
Okay.
So I'm the principal technical manager.
Okay.
And my office is based on the experimental farm.
Right.
So I do a little bit of research, a little bit of training, but a lot of outreach and extension.
Awesome, which is what you're doing today. So you were speaking about aquarobics. I think a lot of people don't know what that is, or some people know, but what is it, when you were having the panel session in there?
Okay, so aquaponics is the combination of
aquaponics, you see, I got it wrong.
Aquaponics?
Aquaponics, yeah. I'm going aerobics. Don't mind me.
So it's a combination of recirculation aquaculture, which is fish farming, and hydroponics, which is the production of plants without soil.
Okay.
So it's a very sustainable green way of producing food.
Right.
And you use very little water. You use the water very efficiently. So it's ideal technology for Africa.
Wow. So why has it not been used up till now? Is it just a new technology that's been discovered, or?
It's not a new technology, it's been there for many, many years, but I think it's becoming much more relevant nowadays.
Because of water issues.
Water issues, and people want to eat healthy food.
Okay.
They want to know that the food has not been treated with all pesticides and herbicides. It's safe to eat, and you can produce it yourself.
Okay. Yeah. So are there a lot of people who are taking advantage of it now as a new way of farming, or is it something still you have to raise more awareness of it?
After COVID, there's a lot more interest in aquaponics.
Okay.
People want to eat healthy, and they
struggled to pay for the food. Food prices went up the roof or through the roof, and you can now supplement your table for your food for a family of 4, say for instance, with a small aquaponics system in your backyard.
Interesting. So if you want to get more information, is there a way to reach you, or
Yes.
are there other people that we could reach out to?
Yeah, so they're welcome to send me an email message. My email address is very simple. It's just my initials, HBS,
right,
at SUN. The SUN stands for Stellenbosch University, SUN, .ac.za.
Awesome. So today's event, let's come back to it. I know you've been here, you've seen some of the speakers. What is the takeaway for you?
I was invited by Madeleine to come and speak here, and I didn't really know what to expect, but I was really overwhelmed by the interest, especially in agriculture this afternoon. The session, I think, was supposed to end at 4:30, and it carried on after 5,
because there were
even
more
5:30, more questions and more questions. So we all have to eat 3 times a day, yeah? And
exactly. Wow. Thank you for your time and the knowledge shared as well. In closing, I'll just want you to send a message to anyone out there you might want to speak to.
I think in Africa we have to solve our own problems, and it's all about food security and food sovereignty, and we can do something about it, but we must be smart and use climate smart farming technology. That is something like aquaponics, for instance. Okay.
There you go. You've heard it from the young man himself, and if you want more information, just reach out to Leading Women of Africa, or go to the University of Stellenbosch and they will tell you where to find him. I'm sure he did share his email earlier on. So now I want you to say APG 2022.
APG 2022, and hopefully we'll see you again next year in 2023 as well.
There you go. So we've got this young, tall, beautiful lady who works mostly behind the scene. KD, tell us about how you're involved with Leading Women of Africa.
Okay, hello Mama K, hello everybody. So I actually came on to Leading Women of Africa as a digital media consultant to help LWA go from this into all this. And yeah, so from there I became the youth coordinator. I coordinated their volunteer program, but today I'm wearing 2 hats. I am here.
I was just going to say, as a publisher, author.
Yes.
Okay.
So my publishing company, Perfect Love Publications, is a partner because we have a media marketing leg. So we're a partner for the APG conference, Symposium. We've done all the branding that you see around of the conference, and also I'm here to represent the company itself. So I'm both doing communications for LWA, and I am also representing Perfect Love Publications.
Let's go to the LWA first before your hat.
Yes.
So today's event is over 2 days.
Yes.
How has the planning been, for you?
I mean, like you said, there are things that go behind the scenes, but mostly it's been pleasant. I think I've said this before and I'll say it again. LWA is the first, I won't say only, first organization that I've worked with that says they empower women and they actually do it. Right. So it's been such a pleasure to see how even in the planning it was, how do we make this valuable for the people coming in? How do people go back better? I think the slogan somewhere that I did not put on the banner says, oh yeah, here it says building forward better. Right. So that was the mindset throughout the whole process of planning. There were a lot of hurdles. But as God being good, and also with the mindset and the pureness of the vision of LWA, it was really a pleasure.
And the speakers, because there's been a diverse range of speakers, from all over the continent as well.
Look, I keep on looking at what this thing says, but there's been just some key sectors like we've identified. We know trade and investment, we know farming and agriculture, we know that there's technology and all those little pieces that are happening in the continent. We just wanted to bring that in together and connect it and say, how does IT meet agriculture? How does agriculture meet technology and
gaming? I couldn't believe that. I'm like,
right?
Gaming, where does this go? And it was interesting, you know, hearing the stories from those young
gamers.
The gamers. And the fact that what you're saying, connecting everything together.
Yeah.
So before I go on to now to the other hat you wear.
Yes.
What is this you're wearing? The pink and the flowery. Is it like a sari, or tell us about it?
That is actually very funny because I wore it this morning and I was like, I want people to know that it is from Rwanda. So I think, I'm sorry if I say this wrong, at least I represented y'all. I think it's called a mushanana outfit. Okay. It's for brides and bridesmaids.
Oh,
so even
and
with the headpiece,
I was just going to say that.
So they usually have like a reed-like piece that goes on the side.
Right.
And I was like, my head is a bit big, so I'll have headaches. It's like, this is all that I can do for them. And yeah, so I wore this.
Why did you want to represent Rwanda?
Rwanda. It's because for me, when you think Africa, usually you think Ankara, you think patterns, you think, and that's beautiful, and I have a lot of that. But I was like, what else is African?
Okay.
And what else is African that isn't really known to be African? So I just wanted to represent something different and look pretty, you know.
Which you do. You look like an African
thank
princess.
You, thank you.
So I'm sure Rwandans will be very proud that you're showcasing their culture. So now let's go to Perfect Love Publications. Yes. Tell us about that more. Go deeper and the books you've written.
Okay, so let me start like this. So Perfect Love Publications is an all-in-one publishing hub. So Perfect Love in and of itself, the publishing of books, music, podcasts, poetry products, so that being journals and other content. Right. We do also a lot of media and marketing, but Perfect Love work is Christ-centered. So that is that.
That is the main
whether it says Jesus is Lord or not, we look at content that is within the confines of Christianity. So within Perfect Love, the hub, we have different heads. So we have Dawukhadi Media Consultants, which is the consultancy that serves organizations such as LWA. So it does all the digital marketing, it does social media, it does events, it does a lot of things. But then we saw that in the publishing side, because we are non-compromisingly Christian, there is a need for other work that doesn't necessarily for academic work, you know, just lifestyle work, like motivational books and all that. So we created Dawukhadi Publishing Solutions, which now complements the Christian, so that we don't dilute the message that we want to send out and also be able to serve, because the heart of the company is we want to get African stories heard. We literally say that ours is rewriting the African narrative into one that we will be proud to read, but also future generations well. So we can't separate Africa from all her other realities because of our personal values. So we do a lot. I think I'm talking a lot, but we do a lot.
We need to hear the story. That's part of the story. You need to tell us. We need to share stories yourself, and that's part of what you're doing. You shouldn't be shy, you know, about doing that. So tell us some of the books. What are the names of some of the books or publications you know, that you've actually published?
So recently we just launched in Bloemfontein a book titled For the Love of Mothers by Njideka Chika Oji, a Nigerian South African now author whose daughter Didi Oji is also a child author. Wow. So I'm excited to I've literally set them up, mother and daughter next to each other on my stall. We did not publish Didi's book, Adventures in the Magical Forest, but for me it's such a beautiful thing, and I was like, I need to take these books with me. So that's even another leg. We sell books that we have not published, or we can lay out books that we are not publishing. We just really want to create such a quality of books. And with the Dawukhadi Publishing solutions side, in my brain it's TPS. We recently actually consulted for B. Hakula, who is known by many, and she wrote a book titled Be the Leader You Are Meant to Be, which is launching tomorrow in East London. So that's also one of the books that I brought with me. I didn't realize that I'm actually an author because I last wrote 5 years ago.
It doesn't matter. But it's not about when you last wrote.
But
the book is there.
the fact that you wrote. So I also have about 5 poetry collections of my own and 1 small little novel. I have those with me, and I also have Eyetumfazo's books. I think she deserves like an MVP in Perfect Love because she's a 3-time Perfect Love author. She wrote a daily devotional book titled Pursuing Christ-Like Character, and a poetry anthology titled Fapaneng, They Dance Differently. And those books are with me here. Unfortunately, I don't have the rest of our books. They sold out, but we have an order link that people can go to, and they can order all our books.
So do you want to share that just now for people?
So it's bit.ly, bit.ly/Perfect Love Hub. That's Perfect Love HUB Hub. So it's bit.ly/Perfect Love Hub.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Now back to LWA and the African Partnership Group. What next?
So tomorrow I'm really excited because we're going to start off with a B2B. So this is going to be an intentional, I think that's the other thing about the symposium that I'm really excited about, is that it's very intentional. So we'll have intentional business to business engagements tomorrow, where we will take time in the program to allow people to buy at the stalls, allow people to have meetings, strategic meetings that are actually organized for certain people who have planned for that, to meet buyers, to meet potential partners. And then in the afternoon, as we go forward, we're going to have more panels. But I'm super excited that later on in the afternoon, we're going to have a Future is Female panel that is going to be a mixed audience, a mixed panel of male and female speakers that really just then speaks to that future that we are building forward to, and what is next, what do we do after this, you know. So when we come back next year in November, we would have had goals that we have set. And we have a panel, actually I need to say this for Girl Power, we have a panel of ladies as well during the day that are speaking to everything from law, like legal, for entrepreneurs, to marketing your business. We have a lady from Biz Community speaking to that. How do you market yourself in all of Africa? And we have another brilliant lady, and now I'm so excited I can't even remember everything. But there's just so much that is still happening tomorrow. So I'm really excited for that, but I'm more excited for the forward-lookingness of it all, to say, how do we get these technologies to Guinea, like the last session you heard. So I'm really excited. I'm excited to travel Africa.
There's so much to travel, much,
taking APG and taking these opportunities to the rest of the continent.
Well done, so proud of you. So in closing, before you go, any message for anyone up there?
I think for me, really, what I can say, because it's APG, is like one of the things that stood out for me today was that Africa has all that it takes to solve her own issues. We have everything within our continent. We have the technology, we have the minds, we have the resources, we have the raw material. All that we need is to come together. It's such a beautiful thing to see how Anglophone and Francophone Africa are speaking the same language, although we're doing it in different dialects and in different dictions. So yeah, I'm really grateful to be here. I'm grateful for every single person that made the time to be here. But if you are not here, please be there for the next one next year in November. Hint, hint, save the date. It's going to be on the 16th and the 17th of November, now that I'm doing my comm stuff. And follow LWA on all social media platforms. It's Leading Women of Africa everywhere. Just search for that. And yeah, be in touch with us. Let us know what you're doing. We would like to partner with you in building Africa together.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie. You heard that. I would love to partner with you to build Africa together. I've been getting everybody to say this, so you're not escaping. So you have to say APG 2022.
APG 2022.
Merci, Will.
Thank you all. Thank you for joining us again, ladies and gentlemen.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de nous avoir rejoints encore une fois de plus.
We're here with Ambassador Forbes July, who's the Acting High Commissioner of Guyana to South Africa.
Nous sommes avec l'ambassadeur Ford, qui est le chef actif de l'ambassade de la Guyane en Afrique du Sud.
And Oliver Fortune Chibodzore, CEO of the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center.
Nous sommes aussi avec Oliver, qui est le directeur de l'Afrique, les entrepreneurs d'Afrique.
I'm posing the question to both of you, and it goes like this. Based on research, what are the top 5 sectors that have unique competitive advantage for developing export-led growth and joint venture opportunities in Africa and the Caribbean?
J'aimerais vous poser une question à tous les deux, basée sur les recherches qui ont été faites. Yes,
the top 5 sectors.
Quels sont les top 5 secteurs
that have unique competitive advantage
qui ont une compétition avantageuse
for developing export-led growth
pour le développement de l'exportation
and joint venture opportunities in Africa and the Caribbean?
De l'accroissement dans l'exportation et des partenariats joint venture into
the opportunities in Africa and the Caribbean, the opportunities.
Ok, et des partenariats entre la Caraïbe, l'Afrique et la Caraïbe.
We can start with you, Ambassador Forbes July. Thank you.
Nous commençons avec l'ambassadeur Monsieur Ford. Merci.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
In the from the Caribbean, or more specifically the CARICOM perspective.
Spécialement dans le domaine des Caraïbes et dans le domaine du commerce caraïbien.
And I make that distinction because the CARICOM is a grouping of 15 Caribbean countries.
Je fais cette distinction parce que le CARICOM, c'est un groupement de 15 pays.
And of which 13 English-speaking countries.
Parmi lesquels 13 sont des pays qui parlent anglais.
Haiti, which is French-speaking.
L'Haïti qui parle français.
And Suriname, which is Dutch. The grouping originally included only English-speaking former colonies of Britain.
Alors le CARICOM, le groupe à l'époque, rassemblait seulement les pays qui parlaient anglais.
So I wanted to make that distinction. In terms of your question,
donc je voulais faire cette distinction. Et en termes de votre question,
5 areas of growth that between in the Caribbean and possible trade investment in Africa.
Alors nous avons 5 zones principales de possibilités d'engagement entre les Caraïbes et l'Afrique.
I put at the top of the list.
Et j'ai mis au-dessus, à l'en-tête de la liste,
Agriculture.
L'agriculture.
/ food security.
Sécurité en
agro-processing.
Le processus agriculture et la sécurité de nutrition.
I group all those together because there is an integral thread running through those areas.
J'ai rassemblé ces deux ensemble parce que il y a un problème qui traverse ces deux zones, l'agriculture et le secteur agroalimentaire.
And in the Caribbean, for example.
Et aux Caraïbes, par exemple.
And here I'm going beyond, broader than CARICOM.
Et là maintenant je parle de manière générale, plus grand que CARICOM.
In the region, we spend approximately $5 billion in importing food.
Dans la région de Caraïbes, nous dépensons 5 milliards de dollars dans les importations.
And that figure is expected to increase given the logistical issues that we're currently facing worldwide as a result of the Ukraine-Russia.
Et ce nombre va augmenter à cause de la guerre qu'il y a entre l'Ukraine et la Russie.
And we have taken, our governments have taken a decision to deal with that situation. It is an untenable situation, and we cannot be spending those exorbitant amounts on food.
Et notre gouvernement a décidé de prendre une décision parce qu'ils ne peuvent plus continuer à dépenser des montants exorbitants seulement pour l'alimentation.
When, in actual fact, there is enough land, arable, fertile land in the region, particularly in Ghana, which is the largest of the CARICOM member states.
Et alors que, en réalité, nous avons des larges surfaces de terrain, et particulièrement en Guyane.
And so Guyana has, within the CARICOM community, Guyana has lead responsibility for agriculture and food security, and we have also linked that to logistics.
Donc, la Guyane, dans ce contexte, la Guyane est le leader en termes d'agriculture, en termes de sécurité alimentaire et aussi en termes de logistique.
I see a connection.
Je vois une connexion
or a correlation
ou une corrélation
between what we are experiencing in the Caribbean or in CARICOM
entre ce que nous expérimentons dans le CARICOM ou bien dans les Caraïbes
and what is happening on the African continent.
Et ce qui se passe dans le continent africain.
As far as food security is concerned,
en tant que sécurité alimentaire,
we know what the situation is across the continent as it relates to food in some countries.
Nous savons ce qui se passe dans le continent lorsqu'on parle d'alimentation dans certains pays.
And that has been in ascending order.
Merci beaucoup. Laissez-moi vous répondre de façon croissante.
In response to the gentleman that spoke last,
en réponse au monsieur qui a posé la question le dernier,
in Guyana, for example, we do have what is considered or what are considered remote areas.
En Guyane, nous avons ce que nous considérons des zones rurales, des zones retirées.
And I'm sure every country has those situations.
Je suis sûr que tous les pays d'Afrique ont ce genre de situation.
In those areas, what we refer to as our indigenous population.
Dans ces zones, nous avons ce que nous appelons des populations indigènes.
They are the major inhabitants of those areas.
Et ils sont les habitants majeurs de ces zones.
And part of the government of Guyana's focus and drive as far as food security and agriculture is concerned.
Donc, un des conducteurs du gouvernement guyanais en termes de sécurité alimentaire
is to make use of the agricultural potential of those areas.
Est de faire usage du potentiel agriculturel dans ces domaines.
And
cette zone rurale.
And I see a possibility here in terms of what your outfit, firm, whatever it is, can possibly be involved in.
Et je vois une possibilité pour votre activité. Je vois comment il peut être inséré dans ce genre de projet.
What I would suggest is that you submit to our High Commission in Pretoria.
Ce que j'aimerais suggérer, c'est que vous soumettez à notre Haute Commission à Pretoria
Profile of your operations, your company, your operations, and along the lines that you've just outlined.
un profil de votre compagnie, de ce que vous faites et de ce dont vous avez suggéré tout à l'heure.
And we have in Guyana an outfit called the Go Invest, which is a short for the Guyana Office for Investment.
Et nous avons en Guyane ce qu'on appelle le GoFit Call, donc une plateforme pour les investissements.
That facilitates entrepreneurs, ideas, etc. From expats we refer to it as a one-stop shop, for want of a better word.
Nous l'appelons un one-stop shop, donc un shop où il y a facilitation entre les échanges, les investisseurs, les entrepreneurs.
In other words, it is the outfit that minimizes the several possible hurdles that a potential investor would have to go through. Go Invest would meet with you, discuss, guide, and if there are other, and in most cases there are other outfits or entities that may have to be involved in your particular venture, they would ensure that that process is made smooth.
Donc, Go Invest est une plateforme qui facilite l'insertion des investisseurs en Guyane. Et leur rôle est de vous éviter, d'essayer de limiter en fait les difficultés que vous devriez rencontrer en tant qu'expatrié, investisseur venant d'ailleurs. Donc,
and that is part of our what is referred to as elevating our ease of doing business ranking, because we've over the years tried to eliminate the several at times unnecessary and encumbering hurdles that entrepreneurs or potential entrepreneurs, foreign entrepreneurs have to go through. And I know it could at times become very frustrating and discouraging. And so we have come a long way in making that process a whole lot smoother. So in essence, I'm suggesting to you that you submit a profile of your company and what you do and so on to our mission in Pretoria. We would get that done to Go Invest for an assessment, and they would most likely get back to you or get back to us, to you through us, in terms with some questions, what have you, and start the ball rolling, so to speak, in terms of a potential engagement with you. That would be very relevant to what I explained earlier in terms of our agriculture and food security initiative, both within Guyana and in the wider CARICOM.
En essence, ce que je voudrais dire, c'est que Go Invest fait tout son possible pour faciliter l'entrepreneuriat venant des pays étrangers en Guyane. Et donc, ils font tout pour limiter vos difficultés et faciliter votre intégration dans leur marché. Si vous avez donc un projet que vous aimeriez emmener en Guyane, je vous invite à soumettre votre profil à la haute commission à Pretoria. Vous allez parler de ce que vous faites, de ce que vous voulez faire et de comment vous voulez collaborer avec l'État. Et la haute commission va revenir à vous par mois et nous allons vous poser quelques questions et nous allons voir comment collaborer.
As it relates to the other two speakers, I first of all want to commend you for your comments and
en ce qui concerne les deux autres interventions que nous avons eues plus tôt, j'aimerais tout d'abord répondre à votre commentaire.
And particularly to the gentleman that spoke about the richness of Africa as it relates to energy.
J'aimerais particulièrement répondre au monsieur qui a parlé de la richesse de l'Afrique, particulièrement en huile et en EVA.
I see some potential here in terms of collaboration between our the Guyana Energy Agency.
Je vois une collaboration potentielle dans le secteur de l'énergie entre la Guyane et votre pays.
And your outfit, and I would be happy to facilitate that.
Et je serais très content de faciliter cette collaboration avec la production d'EVA et de l'huile.
And on the same issue, you may have heard this before, but I would say it nevertheless for the purposes of reiteration, and I think it's extremely important.
Peut-être que tu aurais entendu ceci avant, mais j'aimerais juste le répéter, juste pour réitérer.
And that is, from what you conveyed earlier, I gather that there is one of the possible solutions or ways of dealing with the issue of energy and so on. You mentioned the point about support or lack.
Ce que vous avez dit tout à l'heure concernant comment est-ce qu'ils peuvent intervenir dans le domaine de l'énergie, c'était le problème de support, d'accompagnement.
I think one of the possible ways of addressing or approaching that would be to have a grouping of like-minded persons, of persons of similar interests in terms of energy and the potential that it has, and you and your team have discovered.
Donc, comment je pense que nous pourrions adresser ce problème, c'est qu'un groupe de personnes qui ont la même pensée que vous et qui ont les mêmes intérêts que vous se rassemblent avec un thème pour que nous puissions en parler.
And because I believe that there is power in numbers.
Je crois sincèrement qu'il y a de la puissance dans les nombres. Mais
the big but here is that is the issue of who you're going to collaborate with or bring into this arrangement. Issues at times issues of integrity arise and dishonesty.
Donc le grand but, le grand mais qui est ici, c'est que les gens avec qui tu vas collaborer, des gens avec qui tu vas amener dans ce rassemblement, viendront avec des problèmes d'intégrité, des problèmes d'honnêteté.
And so that is a judgment call that you would have to make as a person. And once you can bring together, it doesn't necessarily have to be a large grouping. Maybe 2, 3 persons that you can trust, have similar interests, that also bring something to the table, expertise, as you pointed out in the case of your engineer.
Donc tu peux amener, ça n'a pas besoin d'être un large groupe, ça peut être 2, 3 personnes qu'ils apporteront sur la table. Il faut d'abord évaluer que ce soit des gens intègres, honnêtes, et tu les amènes sur la table, qu'ils viennent sur la table avec de l'expertise.
And with that, you're able to command, I think, some attention. The other thing is that you will also, I don't know what the system is in your country.
D'entrer dans une salle,
to say yes to the invitation,
de dire oui à l'invitation,
to connect with somebody in the room,
de connecter avec quelqu'un dans une salle,
by sharing a business card or your business idea,
en partageant ta carte de visite ou bien ton idée de business,
in order to collaborate,
dans le but de collaborer.
And once you've established the terms of your collaboration, you are able to.
Et lorsque vous avez établi les termes de votre collaboration, vous êtes capable de
sign on the contract.
De signer le contrat.
Okay. Right?
Oui.
And so that's what we are doing here today and yesterday. So thank you, Madeleine.
N'est-ce pas? C'est ce que nous sommes en train de faire depuis hier. Merci, Madeleine.
Ma'am, you inspired what I just shared now with what you shared with us yesterday morning. You said it is critical for Africa and its parts to collaborate in order to shift the way of doing business for women in Africa. And so I'd like to hand the mic over to you now, please. Thank you.
Madame, vous êtes la raison pour laquelle j'ai parlé du dérangement tout de suite. C'est parce que, à cause de ce dont vous avez parlé hier, vous avez parlé d'un changement de pensée, un changement dans la façon dont nous faisons le business en Afrique. Et sur cette note, je vous remets le micro afin que vous puissiez nous en dire un peu plus.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Actually, when you were talking about disrupting.
Merci Daphné. Actuellement, lorsque tu parlais de dérangement,
we need to change our way of thinking.
Nous devons changer notre façon de penser.
To know, to be sure that we are able to make it. We can make it. As African women, we have to stand up and say, this I can make it. From the lady who is selling peanut at the corner of our street to the ambassador, all of us, we can make it. It's just a mindset of entrepreneurship. And that's what I discover actually.
C'est juste un problème d'état de pensée. Nous devons changer nos pensées et nous dire en tant que femme, je peux le faire, je peux réussir. De celle qui vend les arachides au bord de la route jusqu'à celle qui est ambassadrice, nous devons toutes nous dire, je peux le faire, je peux réussir.
And to achieve this goal, we need to be together. Create more women movement, more women association, work together. This platform that Mr. Ahmed Ali was talking about, it will help us to break the borders the barriers. If they don't want to give us visa, if we have this platform online, we can continue to sell.
Yes.
We can continue to trade. We can continue to exchange and achieve this African integration.
Oh, cette plateforme dont M. Ahmed a parlé, c'est une plateforme fantastique parce que même s'ils nous refusent le visa pour nous rassembler, nous allons utiliser cette plateforme pour nous échanger, pour vendre nos produits, pour faire le marketing. Donc nous devons être toujours ensemble, nous unifier.
But also, to make sure we have the laws to protect us as women.
Mais aussi nous rassurer que nous avons la loi, les lois pour nous protéger en tant que femmes africaines.
I can take the example of Senegal, the one I know better.
Je prends l'exemple du Sénégal, un pays que je connais mieux.
In Senegal, because the women associations are very strong since a very long time.
Au Sénégal, parce que l'association des femmes est très puissante, parce qu'il est établi depuis longtemps.
We achieved to obtain from our government.
Nous nous sommes décidés à obtenir de notre gouvernement.
Actually, we achieved it. We had it.
Actuellement, nous l'avons obtenu. Nous l'avons.
We had this law on parity, elective parity, which means that today in our parliament and all our elective posts, you have to have a parity list. We have 50% of women in a parliament and 50% of men. And this law is not saying you have to have a list of 50 men on the top and 50 women down. You have to have one man, one woman, one man, one woman, to all the elective positions. That we achieved it in Senegal. It was a long fight.
Nous l'avons obtenu au Sénégal parce que nous avons combattu. Nous avons le système de parité bien établi. Dans le Parlement, par exemple, nous avons 50, dans le gouvernement, 50% femmes, 50% hommes. Et lorsqu'on dit 50%, c'est un poste femme, un homme, un femme, un homme, un femme, un homme. Donc, nous avons combattu pour cela et nous l'avons obtenu.
We had also achieved to obtain this law that is criminalization. I have a problem pronouncing criminalization. The rape.
Nous avons aussi obtenu les droits sur la criminalisation, les viols
and Pedophilia Act.
Et les actes pédophiles.
Because the first thing we have to do is to protect ourselves and protect our children.
Parce que la première des choses que nous devrions faire, c'est de nous protéger et de protéger nos enfants.
If we want to walk peacefully, we have to be in secure area.
Si nous voulons travailler avec la paix, nous devons être dans un espace sécurisé.
So the fight will be on two axes. We have to fight to be independent economically.
Nous avons donc deux aspects de lutte que nous devons faire. Premièrement, être indépendamment, économiquement indépendant.
But also to fight to have the laws that will protect us and our families.
Mais aussi, nous devons combattre pour avoir des lois qui nous protègent et qui protègent nos familles.
And make sure that this law will be in adequate application.
Et se rassurer que ces lois sont dans des applications adéquates.
That is, I think, the two main challenges we are having.
Ce sont les deux problèmes principaux que nous avons.
And of course,
et aussi,
make sure that our daughters are going to school and having their degrees to make sure that tomorrow they will be able also to work for themselves.
Se rassurer que nos filles vont à l'école et ont des diplômes et pour s'assurer qu'elles auront aussi un travail dans le futur.
And they won't depend on any male.
Dans ce cas, nous n'allons pas dépendre d'un homme.
Doesn't mean that we won't get married, doesn't mean that we won't be mothers, but we will be standing next to the man as equal.
Cela ne veut pas dire que nous n'allons pas nous marier, cela ne veut pas dire que nous n'allons pas faire d'enfants, mais cela veut dire que nous allons nous tenir avec nos hommes égaux, avec eux, les supportants.
Merci,
Yes,
merci.
Mama.
That is absolutely true. I agree 100%. Which brings me to a statement, something that I read about Honorable Cheryl Dudley.
Merci
She
madame,
said,
je suis d'accord avec vous à 100%. Cela m'amène à un point que j'ai partagé avec Cheryl.
I hope I get it right, because it ties in beautifully with what Her Excellency has just said. In terms of wherever you are,
j'espère que je le dis bien, en termes que partout où vous vous trouvez,
whether you are in your home,
que vous soyez dans votre maison,
whether you are in your school,
que vous soyez dans votre école,
in your business,
dans votre business,
find something you can do. Do whatever it is that you're doing.
Faites ce que vous êtes en train de faire
to the best of your ability.
De la meilleure façon possible.
And so if I don't have it right, I'll ask that you help me.
Alors si je ne l'ai pas bien dit, je demande que vous puissiez m'aider, honorable. Merci.
Well, over my 70 years, I've probably said so many things in so many different ways. I like your way of saying it.
Alors, pendant mes 70 années, je pense que j'ai déjà entendu plusieurs choses sur différentes manières et de différentes façons, mais j'aimerais dire que j'aime la façon dont vous dites les choses.
But now, on all these amazing statements that I've made, so many things are fighting to come to the fore. So I'm going to start with just these amazing words. Learn.
Je vais commencer par ces mots merveilleux. Apprendre, désapprendre et réapprendre.
And I think the way I've sort of said that before is kind of in terms of renewing ourselves and so that we can actually be fit for purpose.
Donc la façon dont je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, c'est que nous devrions nous renouveler afin de nous réinventer.
I can't help you. I would actually learn French, but that's my disability is languages. Reinventing ourselves to be fit for purpose. Yeah. And that touches even alongside that something that I've mentioned to you about that we need to check what strongholds we still have left inside of us. So we're in the 21st century, there's so many doors have opened, so many barriers have been broken down. But there's actually barriers still in the minds of some men and women and even ourselves in terms of, so we're actually restricting ourselves.
Donc nous devons nous réinventer et voir à quel niveau dans nos pensées nous avons encore des barrières. Nous devons nous réinventer pour un même objectif. Et avec la nouvelle ère dans laquelle nous nous trouvons, nous devons revoir notre façon de penser et voir à quel niveau nous avons des barrières.
Yes. So doing, as you say, business the way it's always been done, it's not going to work today.
Faire le business de la façon dont nous le faisions d'habitude ne marchera plus dans de ces jours.
So who we were yesterday is not going to be enough.
Ce que nous étions hier ne seront pas forcément la même chose aujourd'hui, ça ne suffira pas.
But I can testify now to the amazing stuff, even just online, in terms of, I had to run a lot over the years and just go by the seat of my pants. But now I can actually dig into so many amazing things and access so many, even professors and academics and people on the ground with practical work in terms of getting that.
Je peux vraiment témoigner que la technologie nous donne accès à des choses fantastiques. Nous avons accès à des professeurs, des académiciens, des ressources vraiment valuables qui contribuent à notre développement.
But there's so many things that as my colleague here was speaking, I was thinking of, interestingly, Miles Monroe. And he was talking at a conference at some point when he was talking to men. And particularly to young men, and he says, you can't get this thing right with women. And the reason you don't get it right with women is because you don't understand that she has everything you don't have.
Alors, Monsieur Miles Monroe, le feu Miles Monroe.
If you want to limp through life, with just what you have, fine. But you've got this incredible resource next to you. Don't let it threaten you. Don't let that resource threaten you. Become part of that and let that resource make that team out of you. And I just thought, I mean, he obviously said it so much better than what I'm saying. But
donc, Monsieur Mans Monroe a dit que nous ne pouvons pas traiter la femme comme elle était, mais nous devons en fait reconnaître qu'elle est un atout. Et au lieu de la traiter comme si elle était un danger ou un problème pour nous, donc il s'adressait aux hommes. Il les a recommandés de regarder le potentiel en elle et de travailler en équipe avec elle pour pouvoir acheminer leur chemin et avoir de grands résultats dans leurs activités commerciales ou dans leur business ou dans leur maison.
So we're a team or we were a failure.
Donc, soit nous sommes une équipe, soit nous sommes un échec.
But then also just prompted by you touching on legislation and the importance of laws. And it is so very important that when any section of society or sector of society feels that things are not working and there needs to be a change at the level of legislation, that's when we have to realize, yes, no, you feel like this, or it's like that, but you've got to get to the bottom of, okay, what law? What is blocking it specifically? Not generally laws, which law, which clause?
Alors, ce que nous voulons, son honorable est en train de parler de, Sherilyn est en train de parler de ce que Madame Safia a dit tout à l'heure au sujet des lois. Et son honorable, Sherilyn est en train de dire, il ne faut pas seulement parler de loi de façon générale, mais ce qui est aussi très important, c'est de voir quelle loi, pour quoi exactement.
We need to research, because you were talking about certain criminal activities. We need to research in terms of those people who are criminal lawyers, what it is they face when they're trying to actually prosecute. So where the problem with the law is there. So we need to take from that general sense of it's not working for us, to boiling it back down to what exactly is not working for us, what specifically needs to be changed. Because when you go to the legislatures, to the legislators, their heads are all over the place in a million different things. And the more you can give them very specifically, what is the problem? What's the harm it's causing? What do you suggest is changed? And you make that change minimal. You make that, you don't make it a big, throw out this legislation and pull in new and change the whole world. People get paralyzed. No, boil it down to a specific thing. Sometimes it's a little dot, crossing a T, dotting an I, change. Nice. Or adding in NGOs, leaving out NGOs, just something, so that you actually get to the crux of the matter. You give it in a neat little package to those who are drafting, in a position to draft legislation and make legislative proposals. And that's where you go from there. My example, I had a bit of a fascination in my 20 years of Parliament with private members' bills, because nobody had really explored that. And the one private members' bill that actually got through, it got passed in the National Assembly and the NCOP and signed into law by the President, was actually the first private members' bill to ever get passed in South Africa. And that was, again, it was a small step, but the vision there, well, let me tell you what it was first. It's a Labour Laws Amendment, and it was to do with paternity leave, adoption leave, and surrogacy leave. Small step, but for me it was a small step in the right direction of not just changing the law, but helping people to change mindsets. Not only is the father's role very important, and really is important to have time to bond and feel that you actually are connected to that child, for that person to be able to be what they need to be. But also I remember, of course, I grew up mostly in those years when structures were totally male, designed for men. And any interview you went on, they would be asking you, do you have children? Are you going to have another baby? You know what I mean? So there was the more what we can get laws to actually build an understanding of men and women having a shared role in terms of bringing their kids into the world and up and taking sick leave and whatever, so that it's not a sense that we now are, that women are some kind of risk. You take on a woman, you're going to have constant maternity leave. No, you take on a woman or a man, and there should be the similar natural family responsibilities.
Brilliant.
Anyway, so that was like, for me, such a privilege to be able to be part of that. And it was just a thin breaking of the ice, but it's definitely already, you can see, changed mindsets. And so that's when you were talking about what is that small something you can do. But the small something you can do took me crashing and burning on 4 other private members' bills before I got it right as to how to approach who, how to say what I needed to say the right way so that I kept people's ears open and not closed.
Nice.
What I needed to know background, what else could be changed, just so much. So, and I think the point I'm trying to make here is that things don't all happen overnight. So, Madelein, starting up what she started up, you've got to have such guts and grit to stick with it. You've got to have the courage to fail at something new. Because it's only in doing that that you're going to perfect that. It's why, for example, a grant
Can I just
translation.
You've gone really deep. You've gone beautifully deep. But je parle français, s'il vous plaît. Merci. Thank you. Thank you.
Essayons
Can you capitulate it?
de récapituler ce qu'elle a
s'il vous
dit.
plaît.
Elle a commencé par dire qu'il fallait faire des recherches pour voir exactement où était le problème. Donc, avant d'établir les lois, il faut identifier ce qui ne marche pas et pourquoi ça ne marche pas. Donc, il faut que ce soit clair. Donc, ça peut être un petit problème, mais qui peut apporter un grand impact dans l'établissement des lois. Et elle a parlé d'un exemple, par exemple, de congé de paternité. Et elle a dit que dans ses premières années d'emploi, quand elle faisait une interview, on lui posait la question, est-ce que tu as des enfants? Est-ce que tu vas en voir encore des enfants? Parce qu'elle était une femme. Mais elle a contribué au changement de la loi de l'emploi. Et sa petite contribution, c'était juste d'expliquer que la responsabilité du papa est aussi importante que la responsabilité de la maman lorsqu'une femme accouche. Et donc, le papa aussi avait besoin des jours de congé. Donc, au lieu d'employer une femme en pensant qu'elle sera toujours en congé, il faut aussi qu'on sache que le papa devrait aussi aller en congé lorsque l'enfant est né, parce qu'il a aussi sa responsabilité. Donc, elle dit que c'est des petites choses comme ça, un petit changement dans les pensées qui apporte des changements dans la loi. Et véritablement, lorsqu'elle a dit qu'il y a du changement dans la loi d'emploi dans ce pays, où maintenant les pères sont permis d'avoir des congés de paternité. Et je pense que j'ai récapitulé un peu ce qu'elle a dit.
That was excellent. I think I heard great impact with a small action. So I think we understand very nicely what it is you're sharing with us. And if you're okay for us to just carry on, then I'll give you a final opportunity to say something else.
That was great. I think I'll link this last thought to 70%, I think, of business in informal. 70% of business is done by women in South Africa, but large percentage of that is informal business. And the important thing there is in needing to access the kind of assistance that you need to start up. You've got to remember you don't start up with the kind of excellence that is good enough for a global market. You're going to start where it's good enough for a local market. But you're going to keep that you need a sustainable assistance to keep you going through the years as you perfect what you're doing, so that you actually grow in excellence and become the top provider of that service or product. So it's not looking at being, it's looking long term and knowing you're not failing every day. If there's just that little bit of an increase and an improvement, you're actually moving to that point where excellence will just be the norm.
Your way. Excellent.
Donc, elle explique que 70% des femmes dans le système, des businessmen dans le système informel, ce sont les femmes. 70% ce sont les femmes. Et elle encourage juste en disant que lorsque nous faisons dans le business, nous devons regarder le long terme. Dans le futur à long terme. Nous ne devons pas nous décourager. Nous devons savoir que chaque jour, c'est une étape d'accroissement dans le business, dans le long terme. C'est une étape de succès. Ne pas être découragé, mais persévérer pour le long terme, pour le succès futur.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. So, thank you very much for that. And it does tie in with exactly where we wanting to go with this next part that I'd like to introduce. When we are working in the future is female.
Le futur, c'est les femmes. Donc, lorsque nous parlons de futur,
there is a very unique skill set.
Il y a
ability.
Il y a des habiletés
that women have.
Uniques que les femmes ont.
Yes, something very specific.
Quelque chose de très spécifique.
We have incredibly large bags of.
Nous avons des sacs, des gros sacs incroyables
of adaptability.
D'adaptabilité.
So if you find that what you did yesterday doesn't work,
alors si nous trouvons que ce que nous avons fait hier ne marchait pas,
what is it you're going to do?
Qu'est-ce que nous devons donc faire?
Change it.
Changer.
And that is something that is really unique about women, and I'd like to hand over to you.
Et ça, c'est quelque chose qui est très unique avec les femmes. Et j'aimerais donc donner la parole à Monsieur Ahmed pour qu'il en parle.
Cheryl just whispered to me, don't feel discriminated against because I'm sitting here on the panel, I'm the only guy. But my favorite people are women.
I should hope so. It's your wife, right?
I just want to go back to what the ambassador said about, it all goes back to economically empowering our children so they can start business that they want to start.
J'aimerais juste repartir sur ce que son Excellence Madame Safiatou a dit tout à l'heure sur l'économie.
If we are economically empowered, we have people's attention. We can change things, whether it's legal, whether it's law, we have their attention. If we don't, if we're not economically active and if we're not powerful enough, we'll get marginalized. And I think this is what we want to try and do, is to create this community.
Si nous ne sommes pas puissants, économiquement puissants, il serait impossible de créer le développement. Et je pense que c'est dans ce domaine que nous devons travailler, dans l'accroissement de la puissance économique.
I'm speaking to one of the...
Perfect.
Yeah. Oh, Okay, we're still at the awesome event by the leading women of Africa, and I've got the keynote speaker, Mr. Joshua Park, who is the trade director for Westgrow. Welcome, how are you?
Thank you very much. Really appreciate being invited to speak, and it was great to see a lot of my African colleagues again.
Awesome. And I heard you, there about, just telling us about what Westgrow is about and what you've done, here in the Western Cape and I bet in South Africa even. And the testimony that was shared by the lady, from Guinea. So tell us, in terms of the symposium as well, how can we work more on growth for partnership?
I think, when it comes to Africa, us as Africans, and as well as with strong women-led business, the one thing that we need most of all is networking. It's business linkages and networking.
Right.
I think that especially with strong women-led businesses, they need the correct access to networks that they were not able to achieve earlier on, and I think now is the identification period to open up the business doors for leading women businesses, and as well as to open up those business doors for Africa with Africa. I think that is the most important, and simple delegations, visits into market, connecting business to business, I think that is the goal to unlocking opportunities in Africa.
Right. So your trade director role, what does that mean?
So basically within Westgrow is we focus heavily on exports and as well as export promotion. So we want to try and get as much of our local Western Cape exporters into market so that they can execute on trade opportunities and thus through that have positive job creation in their business. But more importantly is we're looking to also connect locally more with Africa. So we also have an outward foreign direct investment mandate where we also want our South African business to spread into Africa and connect with Africa business. Very important for us.
So like today's event, we have various people from different parts of Africa, women and men, because Leading Women of Africa is a women-led organization. How proactive is Westgrow with making sure the female and women voices are heard, especially in maybe industry-dominated environment?
Men, very much true. So that, it's a fantastic question, and it's a question that should be posed to all avenues of the value chain when it comes to business within Africa. And I think there's three basic examples that I can give that Westgrow has done for women-led businesses, and that is our partnership with She Trades. I think it is a beautiful initiative that actually helps to promote women-led exporters. And it is a partnership we hope to maintain for the long term, and also a partnership that we hope to really foster those linkages with. Another good example is we just released an online web portal. And in this portal we've listed all of our exporters within the Western Cape. Not all of them, we're about 600 exporters in so far. And about a fifth of them are 100% women-owned businesses. So it's over 100 women-owned businesses on the platform. And this excludes part women ownership, 50%, 80% ownership. This is just pure 100% women-owned businesses. And it is a figure that we are most happy about, to see that there are female exporters within the business environment in Africa. Now the only thing is we must connect them, network with them, and open the doors of business in Africa in particular. And also is with the missions that we go on all over Africa and the globe, is we're seeing a lot more respondents from women-led business than we did previously, and I think that for me personally is also good to see that we've got strong women-led businesses going on business delegations with us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Plum, for taking the time to have a chat with us. But in closing, I want you to actually just speak to any woman out there in business, either just promoting what Westgrow is doing, and how they can support the leading women of Africa as well.
I think the one message to add is that you're not alone. And I think that a lot of women-led
We've got special dignitaries at this symposium. APG 2022 is where to be. And an amazing young man. I love your glasses, by the way.
Thank you very much.
I think I have a similar one, but I'm wearing my contact today.
I need to get my red on.
I know, right? So Gino, tell us your full name and, you know, who you're involved in.
So my name is Gino Adriaanse. I'm the president of the Belgian Chamber of Commerce here in Cape Town. And I run 3 little other businesses in the food industry, like Wicked Waffle, Bali Food Truck, and Tempeh South Africa.
Oh, only food truck.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Let me.
How active are we? We are. Some people say we are one of the most activist chambers outside of the Cape Chamber in Cape Town. Reason maybe why, because we have a few very big events that we organize ourselves. Like 2 weeks ago, we had Taste of Belgium. That was all about.
I was supposed to go to that one.
You didn't
I
come?
missed it. I know. So next time, I need to link up. You need to hook me up.
So we had 4,500 people there.
Wow.
Yeah. And we had our Congolese friends coming on board. So to have that embracing of Congo with Belgium that we still had in the past, but we still had a culture there. So we embraced it together. So in March, it's a very similar event, but that's for the Francophonie. So all the French languages over the world coming have the same feel of festival at the same place at our Belgian residents in the US. So that 2 events already makes a lot of networking between small businesses. Then of course we also have other, every week we meeting at our Belgian restaurant here at the Anke. We have our business talks, we do a few social events, we have lined up a big New Year's reception that we're raising money for a charity in the Philippines. So
So you're putting back in the community.
Putting back in the community.
Because that's the thing. Sometimes a lot of people don't see what other nations, be it other African countries or Europe are doing. It's so good that you're putting back in the community. So for today's event and the symposium, what should we look out for? When you're going to talk?
Like I always say to everybody, I talk from the heart. So it will be depending on our speaker that asks me the question, what I will answer on to. Most of it for me is about connection with people. That's my passion. I like to connect people, so that's maybe one of the reasons why I sell my products, waffles. That's because it always talks to people. We are always having that connection with food. Most people have very good connections with food.
I agree.
Have people talking, and then of course from there you can be talking to business. How do we connect Belgium and Africa together, and how can we do that easier in the future? That might be something we can talk about later, because on the end of the day, there's always opportunities, there's always possibilities. The one thing that I'm also standing for is Africa is a first world country. We all talk about a third world country, but if we're looking after this land, we will be better than Europe, we will be better than America. And that is my belief since I put foot down here in 94.
I was just going to ask, how long ago? So where did you come into arrive? Wait, did you come from? Let me be nosy now. I know maybe you don't want to know this, but I want to hear. But she's from Indonesia, and you're both here, like you said, in Cape Town. So you came in 1994?
I came in 94 first on holiday.
Oh, that's a thing. Cape Town has a way of
Not just Cape
holiday
Town.
makers. No, you've actually come back.
Yeah.
You come first on holiday, and then you're
Exactly. So I'm now 16 years permanently in South Africa. But I came in 91st on holiday with my parents. 96 came back for 9 months after my school break. Was supposed to work. You know how we are youngsters are. We had a good party. But always landed up. When I put my foot on these grounds in Africa, I always say, this is my place where I want to be and live for the rest of my life. That's it. And then you asked about my wife. So
where did you meet? Here in Cape Town
really.
or in Belgium?
So, in South Africa, yes. I lived in Iceland before, in another beautiful place in this country. And I organized the Oyster Festival in Iceland. One specific event, cooking competition, again food. There we
Maybe
go.
you should talk more. Because that's my area as well. Okay.
So we then brought that, so the Council of Indonesia came to our event, and that's how we started talking, that's how we started meeting each other first.
Right.
20 years later, we decided to date and start getting married.
So have you taken her to Belgium yet, or has she taken you?
She took me Indonesia, I went to Belgium, we all went to our own countries.
Also, and that's what Western Cape is known for, being a melting pot, and the whole of South Africa.
Yes,
being a rainbow nation, different cultures, different tribes, different languages. What language do you speak in Belgium?
So what language I speak in Belgium? I'm French. Sadly enough, I am not a good language person, so I don't speak French. Although I organize a French festival, but it's because I think the French and the Belgian French department know how good I'm in organizing it.
Right.
So that's where they put me together. And I think in South Africa we still have the main language English anyway, so most people that are living here must speak French and English anyway. So that's my way. But here is English my first language of talking in South Africa.
Awesome. Thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
And in closing, I want you to send any message to anyone, out there about today, about Belgium, about the, waffles and whatever you want to say. Feel free.
If I need to say something to anybody, it's just like, guys, don't be shy to speak to anybody. It's about connecting to people in Africa, connecting to people in Europe, connecting to people with us in Belgium. If you ever come to an event for the Chamber of Commerce, come and greet us. Don't be shy, don't stay on the side and be just a person want to come for a beer or want to come for a waffle. But it's like, come and meet. You never know, you meet somebody that might not be directly your connection of business, but they might know somebody that is interesting in you. So it's always about the connection of 7. In 7 connections, you know the president of South Africa, you might even know another person. So I always say it's about connecting people together. That's where it's more about.
Wow, there you go, connecting people together. So thank you for your time, Gino. We need to finish by saying APG 2022.
APG 2022.
I will introduce first. We're still at the Africa Partnership for Growth 2022 by Leading Women of Africa, and I've got another young, I know you keep saying yes, we're young, huh? So another young lady here who was a speaker, Sherilyn. So introduce yourself, Honorable.
It's been wonderful to be here with you, and I'm a former Member of Parliament. I was there from 1999 to 2009, so it's a good 20 years. And then I was promoted to former Member of Parliament, which has been even more fantastic because I can still do everything that
you were doing at that time.
That I feel I'm meant to be doing. Only it can be my agenda and not
as opposed to anybody else.
else's.
Now let's go to the symposium that was had, and I know you were a speaker, during that time. What were you speaking to, and what was a summary of some of what you were speaking about then?
Well, I think one of the most interesting themes that came up for me was this idea of us being relevant in the 21st century would be that we need to learn.
Unlearn and relearn.
And for me, that's always been, I've spoken a lot over the years in terms of reinventing ourselves to be fit for purpose. And it has that same concept for me, is that things change and
evolve.
Whilst we do need to benefit from the wisdom of the past, history is invaluable, but there's this variable called human beings. And sometimes we behave exactly the same and sometimes we don't. So all of that adds to a sort of a broader kind of wisdom. And so it's important to be not ignorant of the past, but flexible about not putting ourselves in boxes, being able to move with the times and spot the opportunities.
And I know you were in the midst of a few other women who were not from South Africa. What has been your takeaway interacting with some of them?
Well, it's wonderful. Of course, in my
time that I've spent, I've been able to travel a lot in Africa. So I've been to a lot of African countries, and I've traveled a lot with people from different countries. So it's been wonderful to be back in the company of my African sisters. The takeaway is just that it is really exciting, because it's not just us as African sisters, it's really us as kindred spirits in terms of understanding that we got a role to play, and we
a big one.
And since we kind of come across each other's path, we're likely to be linked in some way, and
connected.
Finding our place, finding the right connections and how we fit together and how we can actually make each other better.
Right. And in terms of the African Partnership for Growth Symposium, as something new that's happening, are you going to be back next year, and are you going to invite some of your friends to tell them, okay, come and see some of what you've missed? Is that something?
Yeah, for sure. And I did invite friends to tune in with Zoom and things like that.
Awesome.
So I'm hoping they will. And yes, and I have been keeping up with sharing information on it. And I think we're going to see it. But Africa, Partner for Growth Symposium. Hope to see you next year.
Awesome. So now in closing, I want you to speak directly to the camera to send a message to anyone you might want to send to. Maybe a young person that might be considering going into politics, women, entrepreneurs, anyone that you had to speak to. If you could just speak anything you want to say.
Yeah, and I think I would like to speak to all of those categories of people, young men, young women, people of any age, any culture, wherever we are. I think it is just so important that when we embark on that, those things that, people used to ask me, how did you get to do all these things? And I'd say, well, actually, I couldn't not do them, because it was kind of natural to do those things. But the important thing is that see it as a marathon and not a sprint, because you can't jump from one spot to the other. And then, of course, that takes being courageous and humble in terms of we get better as we get the experience. So we got to still do with all our hearts that thing that's not perfected yet, but it will be perfected in time. So the excellence will come if you stick with it. And that's what I've seen in terms of the Africa
Partnership for
Growth is that it's people behind this are people who don't give up at the drop of a hat. They've seen the vision and they move steadily forward with it, knowing it's a marathon and not a sprint.
Wow, wise words you've heard from Honorable Sherilyn Dudley, who has been a speaker at this symposium for the second day's event. So, thank you for your time. I want you now to say APG 2022.
APG 2022.
Peace out.
We did it.
Okay, this is Mama K, and we're still at the Africa Partnership for Growth by Leading Women of Africa. And yes, we only deal with amazing women. And this is another young lady who is doing so much in the community, but who was here and a moderator for one of the sessions. Tell us your name and who you are, just briefly.
All right. My name is Daniela John. I'm an author, educator, and speaker based in Cape Town. Originally from Ghana, but I've settled here in Cape Town for now.
And you know about the rivalry between Nigeria and Ghana?
There's a rivalry, and we have the best jollof. We have the best jollof rice.
Don't let's start that. People, okay, please share with us later who has the best jollof rice, Ghana or Nigeria. I think everybody knows that one. And our footballers as well. I know. They do well, but no, let's not do that. So tell us about the session that you moderated, just briefly.
All right, so I was moderating the session for entrepreneurial growth for strategic investment in Africa. And it was with the High Commissioner of Guyana, South Africa. And his name is Ambassador Forbes July, as well as Oliver Chikodzore Fortune, and he's the CEO of the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. And they spoke pretty much about how to position African entrepreneurs for growth in the global market.
Right.
With
And we
products.
do need that, don't we
Absolutely,
need that? Because
absolutely.
most of the time investment and investors overlook us in Africa, but there's so much, that we need.
There's incredible opportunities, incredible opportunities. They spoke about the 5 sectors that are prominent, and they spoke about just the enormity of the opportunities that are available. I think a big problem is that we're not aware of that, and because we have the enormous potential, and we have the resources, and we have
the information
expertise.
sharing needs to happen,
yes.
and that is probably not happening.
And so this was an important session just to enlighten people that it's out there, the opportunities are out there.
And I think I heard from an earlier speaker or someone say the Guyana ambassador was inviting for a mission to come to Guyana.
Yes, he's very,
led by the leading women of Africa.
Very, very open to
That's
that.
awesome.
So it was an incredibly important session.
Okay.
And I'm glad I moderated it. It was an honor.
So you said you're an author.
Yes.
So tell us a few things about the books, or whatever
So I've
you've
written four books.
Okay.
The first one was a memoir. I have lupus. It's an autoimmune disease. And I've been able to, I'm living with it, but I'm thriving, and I've been able to have a quality of life that people can aspire to despite the disease and its debilitating effects.
Right.
And so I felt a need to write a story about it and to tell people that even amongst the insurmountable challenges that the disease you face in the disease, with having the disease, there's so much hope and there's so much that you can get out of it. Challenges bring us closer to our destinies, they bring us closer to God, they bring us closer to what we're here for. And it's a story about incredible pain, but
which is some of what you probably went through as well, but using it as a way, like you said, you've thrived, to look at the positive side rather than. So what is lupus itself, just in a layman?
Yeah, so it's an autoimmune disease. So in the layman's terms, it's like someone adopting a security dog to protect them.
Right.
And instead of the security dog protecting them, it actually attacks the owner.
Oh,
and so that is what essentially your body is doing. Your body's immune system is supposed to protect you, but when you have lupus, it attacks your body. So it's a malfunction of the immune system.
Right.
And so it can affect any part of your body. In my case, it's affected everything.
Wow.
It's affected my heart, my lungs, my kidneys, my bones, my joints, my blood vessels.
Look at you, girl, you're standing. No one can know that. Lupus has got nothing on you.
Yeah, Mama K, it's even affected my brain. And that's the premise of my book, which is, it's called, the title of my book is called Crazy Became Me.
Wow.
And I went psychotic. It's a journey.
Wow.
It's a journey. So
I will want to hear more of that.
And you will.
Watch out for her on Impact Africa next, because that is a story we can't rush. I will want to hear that. And thank you so much, Daniela, for your time and for putting back into this event.
Thank
and
you.
For you, are you coming back next year for this?
I am, absolutely.
Okay.
I am. I will be here. I will be here.
So we'll see definitely before that. But before you go, I want you to share any message to anyone you want to speak to out there, looking directly at them.
Sure. I just want to let people know that, in and amongst the challenges that we face and the problems that we have, there is always a way out. There's always a solution to your problems, and just to have that hope and just to be inspired and keep on looking for the inspiration, the things that keep you going, things that make your heart come alive, and to chase those things, all that you have.
Wow, Daniela, thank you.
Pleasure.
God is your strength, as we say in West Africa.
Yes.
We know all that, Charlie.
Yes, Charlie.
Okay, now you have to say APG 2022.
APG 2022.
Peace out. Okay, this is Mama K. We're still at the Africa Partnership for Growth by Leading Women of Africa at the Protea by the waterfront. And I've got another young man now, Oliver. Tell us who you are, Oliver.
Thank you so much for the great opportunity, and thank you to both Most Media and Leading Women of Africa. I'm pleased to be part of the Leading Women of Africa and Africa Partnership for Growth Symposium Conference. I'm so excited. My name is Oliver Fortune Chikuzore. I'm the President and the CEO of the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, which is an organization that focuses on 4 pillars, which is investments. We do investments, facilitation and advisory services. We also focus on trade missions and events. When we come together as entrepreneurs, we create a market among ourselves. Then there's the other 2, which is market linkages as well as mentorship programs. Africa cannot develop without capacitating women and youth. That's why we do mentorship programs. Thank you.
Okay, wow, 4 big pillars those are. So before I come to your organization, let's reverse a little bit now about the symposium.
Yes.
So you had, a session that you were a speaker.
Yes.
So what were you speaking to, and what's the summary of some of what you were?
Some of the highlights. I think the highlights of my talk was around, the joint venture opportunities between African continent and the CARICOM countries. If we look at one of the biggest challenges in Africa, it's investment. Investment for the different projects that we have. We were also looking at the issues of trade, because if you look at the CARICOM and the Caribbean, there is the political will to engage Africa and to work together to develop our nations. If you look at the top 5 sectors we talk about, one of them was agriculture, that was on top on both continents. And one of the challenges is, how do we evaluate our agricultural products? How do we create market? How do we harness ideas and take them to the globe? But if you look at South Africa, for example, you've got a lot of technical skills and expertise in terms of agricultural solutions. And if you look at the Caribbean, have the agriculture, it's called the land of many waters, but they don't have the technical expertise. Now
so that gap,
there's an opportunity to have meaningful collaborations, and through that we can be able to develop our continents and help our people and economic growth. So it was more around trade and investment as well as access to markets, but also looking at the joint venture opportunities that address the challenges.
And I like what you said there in terms of collaboration. It's not unlike those days where it's about we're giving aid. Okay, it's you poor Africans or you poor wherever, but now it's about how can continents or countries within them collaborate together for the benefit of the people who live there. So if we have so much, if agriculture is up there, and why are we still having this food security problem?
There are so many challenges, and I think one of them, because if you look at agriculture, it's actually part of tourism, but the entire value chain. So you have women like the shea butter we buy from Uganda, which was found during the longest time between Uganda and Sudan. You found out that the women that were buying shea butter, they couldn't have enough supply for us because they don't have machinery, they don't have technical skills. So we had to come out with a train the trainer program to empower somebody locally to empower these women and train them. So when it comes to agriculture, we need to look at the entire value chain. There's another issue of logistics, trade and customs. South Africa is very, very difficult with other African countries in terms of trade. There's so much documents that we need to apply. And then how do we value aid to industrialization? Someone was talking about earlier that to buy 1 kilogram of cocoa in Ivory Coast is 400 franco money. But to buy chocolate from France, which is 12,000.
They take there, they bring back.
At 12,000. So I think what we need to do is that how do we meaningful collaborate? If you look at Goal 17 of the Millennium Development Goals, talk about meaningful partnerships as Africans and beyond our borders to do value addition to our products. Imagine if we have trade that is fair. So I think even COVID-19 taught us a lot of things, and one of them that is key is that we as Africans, we need to come together.
We need to look inwards as well.
Inwards as well, and we're talking about aid. Because that's why I like entrepreneurship. Without entrepreneurs, nobody gets paid, even including the government. And before you realize that trade used to be facilitated mostly by government, people that don't understand business. And nowadays, we, the entrepreneurs, we are now the one taking the lead. And if you look at the leading women of Africa, CEO Madelein Mkunu, what she has done, it was never done. Even by what most leaders are failing to do, a woman is doing it. That's why we have to empower women.
And you are the village as well, supporting her to make sure she's able to get to that. So it's not about her alone, because I know that's one of the things for her. But if we, all the people surrounding her, we don't, you know, support her, then, you know, she's just doing a meaningless job. But you know, I'm glad, you know, that she's getting support from people like it. So what's your takeaway for the last 2 days?
One of the highlights, meaning about the takeaway, and of course every great successful venture or every great success is a synergistics of many minds. It's many people. It's a teamwork. That's why the key stakeholders like Board Move Media, AIC, and many other companies that are helping this initiative. That's why it's so key to make this a great success. But my highlights is that we have been talking as Africans. It's time to act. It's time to work. That's why I'm so happy about my discussion with His Excellency Ambassador Forbes July. I think this is a joint venture between the Caribbean and Africa that is becoming a reality. We are now planning, we already set up the date to have a trade mission where we take African businesses from Africa on the 20th of February to 3 CARICOM countries.
Oh, the dates have been confirmed already?
Was confirmed already.
You see, that's action.
Yes, that's action.
So not just talking shop.
And what I saw, what is different between the African leaders and the CARICOM leaders, that side they have got the political will. That's why they're coming on the ground. He has been here just for 6 weeks. He's been appointed recently, but he's on the ground to make sure that he helped to facilitate trade and investments. And there's a lot of private sector, including Go Investor in the CARICOM. So yes, we're going on the 28th of February, and we're looking forward to engage more entrepreneurs, especially within the top 5 sectors we mentioned earlier, so we can see how we can help each other and help our people and build our continents, harnessing ideas, take them to the globe.
Awesome. Now let's go back to your organization now. What specific projects or programs do you do? I know you explained the 4 pillars there. So what are some of the projects, just in a summary?
Yeah. Okay, so I like to start with this statement. We are an independent center that facilitates the next generation of entrepreneurship.
Okay.
We believe that entrepreneurship is the key to economic growth. Some of the key projects we're working on at the moment, we have a trade mission to South Africa in March, which is our 9th edition. From different African countries.
From different African countries. Okay.
Our investors have got a capacity of about $10 billion for next year's program.
Okay.
And this $10 billion, they are looking for African projects, for projects in the top 5 sectors that are looking for loan funding or equity funding.
Awesome.
So we are doing our 9th edition of the Global Trade and Investment mission, which is going to take place from the 25th of March to the 3rd of March. Next year. So we're working on that project currently. We also, in terms of investment, we have a couple of renewable energy projects in Ghana, and we also have an innovation center that we are setting up in Ghana, which will service the entire Africa. We have satellite offices, but the head offices in Ghana, and we're working on that. As well. And this year we also want to support, yesterday we had a culture group which we sponsor, and we are raising 2 million rands for them so that they can stay afloat. And because we also want to, we are a land of diverse Africans, and we also want to go back to our culture and acknowledge each other's culture. And there's a lot, it's like music, you know, music is a sure way of
music, food, fashion,
vending emotion, and that's how when we come together.
Especially the music now, with a lot of African countries doing collaborations, you know, from South Africa to, you know, South African-Nigerian collaboration, Ivory Coast, So there's huge
opportunities there within, and the creative sector, we are adding that. On the mission to the Caribbean, we're adding the creative sector. Because when we grew up, our parents say, no, music is not a good sector.
They didn't look at it as
you can actually make a business out of creative industry.
Big time.
And it's part of our collaboration with the Caribbean is culture and education, which includes music and everything. So definitely, and this is some of the projects that we really want to support and work on. And for those that are looking for funding for projects within those 5 sectors, we are here to engage. And we don't want to talk too much anymore. We just want to do the work and act.
I like that. I don't like talking shop as well. But can you share your contact details, just a website for your organization as well?
I'll give my our direct WhatsApp because we are very prompt, which is +27 for those that are outside of the country, +27 64 085. +27 64 085
and that's your WhatsApp. And you do answer it?
Yes.
Okay.
Very prompt.
Cool.
We're
Before I ask you my last, make my last request, what are those 5 sectors?
Five sectors.
Agriculture is the
Agriculture is the number one. Agriculture
Okay.
is also quite big because
Yes.
it has
It's
subsectors,
huge.
manufacturing, agro-processing.
Correct.
But agriculture is number one. We have energy that covers renewable energy, that covers oil and gas. We have mining, and then we also have manufacturing and creative industry.
Right, awesome. I love the fact that creative industry is there because I'm always about creative and the arts and so on. Because I believe that's an area as well that it's so much overlooked. Untapped.
It's an untapped industry, and they can follow us on all our social media at AIEC7.
I thought you were just only the WhatsApp you had. You need to be modern. So
AIEC7 edition. And Viva APG 2022.
I did come to that yet. You need to don't rush me. I need you now to speak to anyone out there, entrepreneurs, anybody you want to speak to directly. Then we'll come to the APG 2022.
There is. I want to end by the words of the scripture from the Gospel according to St. Luke, which is Luke 19 verse 13. It says, "Engage in business until I come." And as an entrepreneur, never expect
It's not me. You're speaking to them.
for an answer. So my encouragement is that they say in South Africa, walala, wasala. So engage us, bother us. Let's all work together and build the hashtag Africa that we want.
Wow.
Thank you.
Walala,
Walala, wasala.
Okay,
if you sleep, you left behind.
You see how countries learn from each other as well.
You sleep,
in
you left
Nigeria,
behind.
we have a word called wahala. So that's why I'm worried, but this one is walala, wasala.
But isn't it wahala means problem or something?
Yes, that's what I mean. That was what I was worried.
But
it means problem.
As entrepreneurs, we love problems.
Oh, there you
we
go.
Are solvers
exactly.
Of problems.
Wow.
So we want to solve the problems of Africa.
You didn't tell me you were a priest as well and pastor. So you're quoting the Bible. Are you sure it's in there?
I am not really. I don't like to call
I'm
myself
joking. I'm
a
teasing
pastor,
you.
but I like to say I'm a Jesus lover. So for me,
same here.
I'm a Jesus lover. So I love to have some references that inspires me as well. And I think I always give reference to the word of Christ because it did help me. When I was at my lowest many times, and I still believe that even myself, I'm here. One of the challenges that I used to have, I used to start, I had a disability, but today I can speak to you guys and to share. But God helped me in that way, so I'm still
Now
humbled.
You want to restart my chat again, but we'll come back.
Start.
We'll have another session. We'll come back.
I'll come back.
Definitely to talk about that, because that's an interesting one that I would have loved to talk about more. So now, yes, APG 2022.
Viva APG 2022. Thank you so much. I would like to see more entrepreneurs next year. Please join us and follow us on all social media platforms. Thank you for the great opportunity. Walala, wasala.
Walala, wasala. Hi, this is Mama K here, and we're still at the African Partnership for Growth by the leading women of Africa, and it is the second day. Wow, what a brilliant day it has been the last 2 days, and nobody else to tell us about it that this amazing, beautiful, wow, I can go on and on about a dynamic woman called Jacqueline. So tell us, how was yesterday? Let's start with yesterday first.
Yesterday, I was telling somebody that watching everything that was happening in the room yesterday with all of these women from Africa, I was emotional. There were so many moments where I just had to contain my tears. Every time I would send a message to Madeleine saying, I'm so happy to be in the room of women from Africa talking about the business of doing business on the continent. And it's so incredible because these are women who started out just needing to make money for food, and now they're in South Africa with their products, with their business, and they are promoting their businesses, speaking to ambassadors and high commissioners, and opening up opportunities for money and for contracts and for business, and just opening up the whole business in Africa. So
I like the way Madam Sissy, I think from Guinea,
Yes,
with
yes,
the fact
yes.
that she shared, you know, the bit about she was here the last time,
Yes.
and through Wade's Group, she was
Yes.
able to make some connection. and
Yes.
more or less giving a testimony that it
Yes.
is worth coming to events like this. You might think, okay, yes, it's small, or what are you going to achieve? That was so brilliant. What else was the takeaway for you yesterday?
Oh, there was a second takeaway from yesterday for me, where we recognized that when you do business with one country in West Africa, you're actually not doing business only with that country. That country has agreements with 7 other countries, and that 7 other countries, they benefit from your agreement that you're making. And so again, the group of ladies that have come, the different groups have come to South Africa, they are able to sit down at tables, come up with a discussion about a business idea, get to the point where they shake hands. Shake hands with somebody from another place who's actually got access to funding and access to investment opportunities and access, because this was all that happened yesterday. Yesterday was about banking, finances, insurance for business, agribusiness. It was absolutely brilliant to learn. I learned about agripreneurs yesterday, something I didn't know existed. It opened even for me. So for me, that was the take home yesterday, was the opportunity coming to a forum like this, coming to a space like this. You are able to really not only build your business, but build your country's business acumen and the surrounding countries. Yeah, it excites me. I keep on saying that, but I think you understand my point.
I feel your excitement, my sister. Now, before we go on today's event, let me first see what you're wearing. What you're wearing is just brilliant. It's beautiful, regal, and chic, and I could go on with more qualities. So tell us what you're wearing, and I'm sure you probably made them, or just tell us. Just run us through what you're wearing.
What a lovely question. So here's the deal. I go to a factory shop and I seek material from Africa, and I buy 4 pieces of material with a color splash. And so I'm wearing my own design by Jacqueline.
That's why I didn't want to say, who are you wearing? So who you're wearing is Jacqueline design.
I'm wearing a design by Jacqueline, and it just helps me celebrate my Africanness, and it helps me celebrate all that I am unapologetically, so that I can show up in the room and show up as me in the room and show up comfortably, where I respect all protocol and I'm comfortable, and it's just beautiful. Thank you for the compliment.
No, you're most welcome. The beads, the bangles, the earring. You know, I'm paying attention to details here. Wow, and not forgetting the Duke.
The Duke.
We call it Gele in Nigeria, and in South Africa it's called the Duke.
Beautiful.
So, and you tied that yourself?
Yes, I tied it myself.
How long did it take you to tie?
Not very long, because I used to do it. I do it all the time because I love it. It's something I adore about Africa. If you can't wear an actual crown every day, your Duke is your crown. So there we go. That's what I do.
Your Duke is your crown. So Coach Jacqueline says. We'll come back to the coach bit. Today, what has been happening today? Give us a rundown of what has happened today, and especially the fact that you were a moderator for the Future is Female session.
Yes.
But before that, tell us what else was happening today.
The morning session was phenomenal. Let me tell you about that. We had the ambassador from Guyana here. And he had his session and he was sharing with us. So first of all, we started off with business to business. So every entrepreneur had an opportunity to tell us about what their business is about and how they were looking for investment or what it is.
This is about. What opportunities, what network platform, or what funding, who else can I network with? Wow.
That was what happened this morning. And then after tea, we had the ambassador from Guillaume and the ambassador from Belgium also with us
talking about the opportunity for partnerships and the opportunity to actually have conversations about how they want to open up the doors to business with Africa.
Right.
And so he was saying what people need to do, what the steps are you need to take, how you need to go about actually getting your business in the room. And he told them step by step by step, and he told them what areas of investment they are interested in doing and partnerships they're prepared to do. To the point at the end of the conversation, they said, well, we're inviting a mission to our country. So everybody's excited. Leading, no, a specific mission from Leading Women of Africa.
No, I know, but I'm saying just like that,
Exactly.
there and there, no,
Yeah.
let's meet first
Nope.
to talk about
Nope.
it. So Leading Women of Africa would arrange a mission to
Yeah.
Ghana.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Brilliant.
That was the
Brilliant.
most amazing outcome from this
Brilliant.
morning.
So the panel session, the future is female. A lot of people have been asking me, you ladies, you're all being funny. Why are you always saying where are the men? You know, and I heard you had a few women there and a man as well.
Yes.
You know, so tell us how that went.
Oh, that was
And who was
phenomenal. So first of all, we had the Honorable Sherilyn Dudley, who has been in government in parliamentarian sessions for over 20 years.
Right.
Born in Zimbabwe, phenomenal woman who spoke about the concept of every single human being on the face of the earth is valuable and they qualify to sit at the table. They do not need permission. That just resonated for me because that is the absolute truth. We're always asking for permission. And so that stood out for me, and she was talking about how, you know, small steps, finer details. You might think the thing that you're doing means nothing, but more than anything else, that little thing can have a huge impact. And we women are very, very good at that. So we like to look at detail, you know, so make the detail work for you.
Says Coach Jacqueline. Listen to her.
And then the second guest we had on that show was Hamid Ali, who spoke about the adaptability, agility, emotional intelligence, the ability to learn, unlearn, and relearn.
That's what my three. It's been my 3 goals as well this year.
Wow.
So when I was hearing, I'm like, oh, thank you, Jesus. You reminded me. But you're right. Yeah.
So it learn, unlearn, and relearn. So, and about the paradigm shifting. Every time a paradigm shifts, it goes back to zero. And that is essentially, let me just say, every morning you're starting at zero. Every morning when you open your eyes, you're starting at zero. And so it was really powerful, and how he shared with us about the opportunities for free online platforms, free bots to write the programs for you, the world of AI, and how that can scale your business and elevate your business. So there's a wonderful opportunity that came out of it in the space where they're setting up an incubator with Leading Women of Africa to actually create space for people to be able to make use of this opportunity to scale their business into the global space. Right? And then last but not least, we had the Honorable Ambassador to Senegal, Senegalese Ambassador to South Africa, and whew, what a powerhouse. What a powerhouse of a woman. Every single word she spoke resonated with everybody in the room, telling us that we need to walk into the room, own the room, do what we can and do what we must, because we are women. We have the abilities, we have the capacity, and we can create that shift in our communities. It's us. We raise the men, we raise the daughters. So what a powerful time. I love the session.
And I saw you had fun. I was like, that's working. She's just on fire, moderated. Well done.
Oh wow,
So,
thank you.
I don't want to leave out the stalls, because I know we had a few stalls, you know, as well that were here with women and other businesses. You know, did you go around the stalls?
Yes, I actually did. I actually did. It was very phenomenal. I'll tell you. There are 3 tables that really stood out for me, but there were many more. The one that stood out for me is Zones. And that is the business that does manufacturing of machinery. And now that
And they're based in Cape Town.
And they're based in Cape Town, and
But
they
they
can
can operate
export across
Africa.
and so I was so impressed, you know, to diversify your business. You may be in the business of moringa, but you can diversify to making peanut butter if that is your area export product. So
And there's a need.
and there's a massive need for it. And so that was the one that stood out for me. The second one was the ladies from Guinea. Did I say
Right,
that
yeah,
right?
Guinea.
Yeah. The ladies from Conakry and those areas. I love
With
their products.
600 women that kind of form a cooperative.
600
producer, yeah.
women and only 6 came. Do you understand? Those 6 represented 600 women and their businesses. The honey, I had of the honey this morning in my tea. Guys, it's the best honey ever. Organic.
I haven't been there to get that yet. She promised me to come
Moringa
back. I saw
and
that.
ginger and the clothing products. It's a phenomenal work. And then the second one, the last one I must mention, is a young lady from Haiti. Oh my goodness. Her and her mother started the products as natural products for health. And the one product that I must mention is healthy biome, healthy gut. It's digestion.
Right,
It's a powder that they've prepared with natural products that actually doesn't give you flatulence, doesn't give you heartburn, doesn't give you all of the normal side effects. It just gives you a healthy gut. And we all need it because the stresses of life, come on now, we all need that healthy gut to have a healthy life. And so she's all the way from Haiti, and I'm so
That's
proud
a
of her
long
for
way to
coming.
come. And but Cape Town is like that. I'm sure she'll be back. She definitely will be back.
Yeah, so that's it. And then there's a young lady from Sea Point, Femima, Emina, and she has a product that she designed herself. It's a bag, and when you open the bag, it's a carry-on bag. It has a suit holder in the bag. So you lay it flat, you put your suit in, it's got a section for your shoes, which is plastic.
Really?
Yeah, and it
seen that
rolls up, and there's a space for your business cards, for your passports, and it's just a hold on, and it's a beautiful African design, and it's exquisite. And she's right
Creative
here
as
in
well.
Sea Point. I don't have a business card with me, but that one stood out for me. I know when I've got the money, I'm gonna get me one. Because we're always traveling as entrepreneurs, and what a beautiful
and we need
gift.
to be able to pack a stuff.
Yeah.
Wow, I haven't seen that one, but I did see Perfect Love publication.
Yes, there we
I
go.
think Symphony.
Yes. The natural health products
Cape
for
Town.
women.
Cape Town,
The Cape
branded
Town
t-shirts and
tourism. Yeah.
Wow. What
So there was a
day.
huge selection. There were suits. There were you name it. I mean, every second table was fascinating, and all you wanted to do was buy everything.
Exactly. So if you were not here in the last 2 days, sorry, but you can come back next year because I think they've got dates already, but I wouldn't share that. You'll need to visit the Leading Women of Africa website, Facebook page, and other information, which we'll be sharing as well at a later time. But now let's go back to you.
Oh, wow.
Because we've done Leading Women and the African Partnership for Growth Symposium, but now you. Who is Jacqueline? What do you do? Apart from attending.
Jacqueline is a jack of all trades. Every time we bump into each other, everywhere we go, we're like, oh, you here also? Are you here also?
Jack of all trades, and your name as well.
Jacqueline.
Wow. Jacqueline. Okay, let's be serious now. Okay.
So I am a certified business coach. I'm a personal development coach. I'm a skills development trainer. I'm an accredited facilitator, assessor, and moderator. I do events, I do public speaking, I do radio shows, I do all sorts of things, but mostly I do people holistic healing and development in a nutshell.
Is that your kind of, in a nutshell?
In a nutshell, they call me a transformation catalyst.
And I know you do stories as well. You tell them so beautiful.
Yes.
Okay, you make things work. I didn't even know some of what you said. So you see, you find out more you know, the fact that you do radio thing, I didn't know that.
Yes.
So, wow. So how can people reach you as well? You could just share that?
Brilliant. So people can reach me on my website, www.jacquelinetamri.com. And in fact, I'm running a special for the month of December.
Okay.
And I'm doing a free introductory session for coaching, personal or professional. And you'll find the details on my website. Thank you.
Because this is what this is about. You know, you've been here promoting each other, supporting each other.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, women pulling each other up. So I hope anyone out there, if you have a need for a coach, event, radio presenting, voiceover, marvelous, whatever, tying your duke as well, telling stories, you know who to call. It's Jacqueline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you
been
so
brilliant.
much.
And looking forward to the next one.
Yes,
Thank
we'll
you
probably
for the
see each other
time.
at Not
Yes.
for Josh.
And before you go, I need you to send any message to anyone. Now you speak to anyone you want to speak to directly.
So now I want to speak to 3 key people in the world of development. The one is to Marlene Leroux, CEO of Artscape, chairperson on the board of Chrysalis Academy. She's doing phenomenal things in the world of disability, other able body empowerment. I want to say thank you for being an inspiration to me. Thank you for investing in me more than 30 years ago. I honor you, I appreciate you, and I see you. And it has given me a picture of who I want to be when I grow up one day. And then I want to speak to Sandy, and Joshua Sandy, and Mark Sandy. The work you do in the community really changes and transforms life. Keep on keeping on. You got this. You're doing the right thing. This is exactly what communities need. And last but not least, there's a young lady that was recently crowned as Miss Wheelchair SA. And I want to say to her right now, my dear Tamlin Bach, Miss Wheelchair South Africa, you're about to hand your crown over to somebody else, but don't stop doing all the work you do, because everybody needs to see somebody doing what they didn't think was possible, and you, my dear, are that example. Thank you very, very much.
Wow. You know, you're the first one that's ever done that, speaking to an individuals directly. No. I'm hoping people are learning from that.
Thank you.
That yes, okay, it's good to speak out there, but to pick.
It's beautiful.
I'm sure those you've spoken to directly and appreciate, they will probably just say thank you to you as well for all you do.
See
so I'm
them.
saying that they see you as well.
Thank you.
They see you
Thank
because
you.
I know you put so much in the community
Thank you.
and into women, into issues concerning people with disability, and a lot of other stuff that you do. So I wish you all the best, my dear sister friend.
Thank
we
you.
see each other.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, it's a wrap with the one and only Jacqueline at the, you have to say,
Leading
APG.
Women of Africa. Africa
APG
program.
2022.
APG 2022. Hey.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the opportunity to give to me. I am Placide. I'm coming from Congo. My company is RSIMI. It is an event company. We are doing marketing for different companies. So this is why I come also to APG team conference to see and to connect with the business. We are happy because it's a buoyant idea and a buoyant conference. Thank you very much.
My name is John Mkunu. I'm the director of Femina Group, Cape Town, South Africa.
Je suis demandé Moussa, je viens de la Côte d'Ivoire. J'ai une entreprise qui s'appelle ACMI, Atelier de confection et de montage industriel.
Yes, hello, my name is Tom. I'm originally from Germany. I'm a business consultant. I'm here at the great conference. Right now doing networking, exchanging some ideas. And my profession is helping other people to empower them like more software update, mindset change, and I like to help people. So it's a fantastic event. I really enjoyed. I hope you should come too. Have a lovely day. Yeah.
Hello, how are you guys? My name is Mr. Rick Tikra from African Business Incubation. We're there to attend the 2 APG Symposium in Cape Town. So that's the opportunity is to create a relationship, to create a network. This is why we're there. So we want to say thanks to Femina, thanks to Lady Woman Africa, thanks to Mr. Oliver, thanks to all opportunities that you create. We love South Africa, we love Cape Town. Let's go.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Gisèle Chimena, je suis CEO de Gilo Design. Je suis très heureuse de participer au Symposium de Leading Women 2022. Je suis participante et ce sont des moments très importants qui nous permettent d'échanger et explorer d'autres domaines. Ça nous permet aussi de découvrir d'autres secteurs d'activité, échanger avec nos frères africains et apprendre à accroître notre capacité d'investissement, accroître notre manière de réfléchir par rapport aux activités, au business que nous faisons. Ça nous permet aussi d'avoir de nouvelles, de remplir notre carnet d'adresses, parce que souvent nous les Africains, on est un peu bornés sur nous-mêmes, alors que cette activité nous permet de nous extendre. Donc aller un peu plus, voir un peu plus grand, voir aussi ce que les autres font et ça accroît notre connaissance. Et nous remercions vraiment les organisateurs pour cette faveur qui nous est faite. Merci.
My name is Petula Joseph and I attended the APG Symposium in Cape Town, South Africa, 2022.
Good morning, my name is Oliver Fortune Chikutsore. I'm the president of the African Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center. I'm a speaker at the APG Conference 2022. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Paul Yekene and I'm from 12+7 and today I'm attending the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
My name is Isaka Angelo. I am from Market Square, cotton materials. I'm from Sudan.
Okay, so my name is Penelope van der Bijl and I'm attending the Symposium 2022 and I'm from Remind Virtual Academy, we are a virtual academy school.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Fanta Kamara, je viens de Guinée-Conakry. Je suis venue représenter la Guinée. La Guinée, on a beaucoup de choses là-bas. On a beurre de karité, ça c'est beurre de karité. On a une rouge, ça c'est le tissu traditionnel et on fabrique en Guinée. Ça c'est le tissu. C'est ça même, j'ai porté comme ça. Ça vient de la Guinée. En Guinée, on fabrique beaucoup de choses, beaucoup. Ça c'est cancalibain. Ça c'est cancalibain le matin. Tu prépares ça bien, tu bois avant de sortir. La nuit même, tu peux boire avant de dormir. Ça c'est kiri. Ça vient de la Guinée aussi. Et ça aussi c'est du miel. Ça c'est du miel. Ça vient de la Guinée. C'est très bon. On a beaucoup de miel là-bas. Et ça, c'est le fonio. Ça aussi c'est très bon. On fabrique la bonne qualité là-bas. Ça c'est l'ananas. Ça aussi ça vient de la Guinée. En Guinée, on fait l'agriculture aussi. Ça c'est moringa pour maux de ventre. Il y a ça aussi en Guinée. Ça, c'est le grain de moringa. C'est très bon. En Guinée-Conakry, il y a beaucoup, il y a plein de choses là-bas. Beaucoup qu'on fabrique là-bas. Ça, c'est huile rouge. Ça, c'est huile rouge de la Guinée. C'est très bon. C'est une bonne qualité. Huile de palme. Ça, c'est huile de palme de la Guinée. Ça finit pas. On n'a pas envoyé beaucoup de choses, mais c'est notre entreprise Kili Agricole. On fabrique tout ça. On récolte tout ça en Guinée. Tout ça là en Guinée. Merci.
Hi, I'm Katie Mashile from Perfect Love Publications, and I attended the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
Okay, good morning. I am Mr. Rabé Michel from Côte d'Ivoire. I am the CEO of Elite Palm. So I speak French, but now I will try to speak to practice my bad English. So I am here for this conference, and my goal is to meet partners to improve my factories. My factory is Elite Palm in Côte d'Ivoire. We produce crude palm oil. We produce also camel oil, and we made fertilizer. So we need a partner to improve our factories and also to work together. So I am very happy to be here, and I think I will have more people, more persons to come with me and improve Africa. God bless all people. Thank you.
My name is Mrs Madelein Mkunu. I'm from Zimbabwe, but I'm based in Cape Town in Fishook. What we do, we offer an ECD center for children who has got parents who doesn't afford fees. We feed 200 people, including children and adults in Maspumelele community, women empowerment and GBV awareness. That's what we do. So I also do buy and selling as well. I sell clothes, shoes, blankets, and perfume. But I'm looking forward to have like a bigger business, like to buy a sewing machine and start my own business. So we'll be sewing like school uniforms and uniforms for companies. That's all.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Stefan Horner from Cape Town Tourism, and we're very happy to be at the AGP Symposium for 2022. Thank you so much.
In front of our table, but then there's people eating. Hello, my name is Matilda Tsitsifakasi, and I'm from Intervisionary Organization. I'm attending the APG Symposium. Hello everyone, my name is Matilda Tsitsifakasi, and I'm attending the 2022 APG Symposium in Cape Town.
Hey everyone, my name is Will Zonda. I'm the founder and owner of the Equals Heart Life Coach. What I do is I do life coaching, business consulting. I work with all ages without discriminating. Today I'm here at this event. As you can see, this is the exhibition room. We have international exhibitors from different countries. Mozambique, we've got the ambassador to South Africa from Guyana, His Excellency. He's spoken to us about the plans, and by the way, Guyana has got about over 100 billions of barrels crude oil. They are doing it, but they're looking at forming partnerships with the African countries because they identify similarities in terms of challenges. Having said that, this event is organized by LWA, Leading Women of Africa. The president is Madelein Mkunu, and so she's organized these things. So we've got countries from Guinea, from Nigeria, from Mozambique, and all these other countries presenting their products. The idea is forming partnerships to grow Africa. Here it is to organize deals, business deals. People are talking here, talking serious deals. What we're saying is Africa is for Africans. So let us do it as for Africans. And the theme is called African Ecosystems. Building African ecosystems. We do not want to depend on anybody else but us and ourselves doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Will Zondo, your Eagle's Heart. Thank you.